morning radio. But now there is Radio Generations, the People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed, a very good morning to you. It is the first day of December 2025. How are you doing? My name is Mungana Mbuvi, and this is the People's Breakfast on Radio Generation, one of the most prolific, fastest growing station in the 254. But guess what? I actually realized, and City perhaps will help me attest to this, that currently I would say that we are the number one radio station in the 254.
We're not.
Are you sure?
We're heading there.
Are you certain?
Well, look at it this way.
I met someone yesterday. Was it yesterday or the day before?
We are number one in certain people's minds. But if you're talking about a global or a Kenyan approach to understanding media,
right?
there are media houses.
Yes, sir.
That if we are to be granular, are ahead of us in certain specific areas. In certain other areas, we compete very favorably with them.
Sasa nitakushock City, but endelea.
Neck to neck. And so forth. But meanwhile,
right.
Please shock me.
I shock you.
It is important that you shock me with the information about what we're discussing. Do not give me other shocks that I'm not prepared for.
Other shock absorbers. You don't have shock absorbers.
No, I do.
Yes.
But I do not like surprises. Some people seem to like surprises. I don't.
Yeah.
But anyway, tell me.
Now, let me shock you.
Shock me.
Currently. Without mentioning names.
Yes.
Or pointing fingers. Currently, when you talk about the digital space,
digital space,
Radio Generation is actually numero uno.
Digital space.
Exactly. So, ndio maana nimesema without mentioning names or pointing fingers, ninaweza point mtu aende ushago niroge huko ushago kwao. But yes, the time right now is 2 minutes past 6 o'clock. And guess what? Like I said, it is the first day of December 2025. How was your weekend? Let me start by asking you.
The weekend was extremely good. Yes.
Will you relax?
I did. I had some very, very useful conversations.
Yes.
With men. The group of men I work with in the church setting.
Right.
That I work in.
Yes.
And just the thought process and the conversations and the reality and the lives that men live and the emotional wounds that men carry around with them from a very early age to adulthood, and many of which remain unresolved, and how that impacts what they do on a daily basis.
Bro,
yes.
Are you on your way to becoming an archbishop?
Not really. Me si bishop. Me tu ni Mkenya tu ambayo who understands that the things that God gives you are for yourself and for others to benefit from. It's really that simple. It's not. Good. It's not really more complicated.
Good stuff.
Yes.
Personally, on Friday, we went to the Somali Cultural Festival.
I actually saw you.
Yeah, I also saw you. As I was busy emceeing, I saw CT walking in one of the buildings that we were having one of the very many festivities. CT walking in, had a good time with the Somali ambassador to Kenya.
A fine gentleman.
Yes, His Excellency Jabril, and he's a great guy.
He's a fine gentleman.
He is a great conversationist.
Yes, he is.
There is no topic that he doesn't know.
He's a people person.
Yes, he is. Met other dignitaries as well, but the most important part, like I told you, I got to experience the culture in different ways. Got to eat lots of food there. Kuna mtu alikuwa ananiangalia funny hivi akiona nikiendea round 2 na round 3 because after all we were there to enjoy ourselves, right? But I had to leave at some point because I started feeling very unwell. I don't know if you've noticed, my eyes are quite red.
What is it that you're allergic to?
Nothing.
No, that's allergy.
I just have a very bad cold. Remember when was it? Was it on Thursday when
you started mentioning it?
Yes. And over the weekend it became like really, really, really bad. So as of yesterday morning, my eyes were having issues. I thought maybe by this morning itakuwa imetulia, lakini nimeambiwa.
Are you feeling better? What is it? Was it a throat infection?
No, it's just a cold.
Just a cold.
It's just a cold. You know, the different. What people need to understand is there are different kinds of colds, and then there's the flu. The flu is completely different.
No,
from
flu
a
si cold.
Yes.
Flu ni ugonjwa, standalone ugonjwa.
Kabisa. And then there are over 200 different, and this is documented, over 200 species of viruses that can actually cause the common cold as we know it. So
Viruses, how many did you say?
Over 250 of them.
These viruses need to agree and join a circle.
Yes.
We can't believe in over 200 viruses.
So I recently found out that there is the common cold, like what I have right now. Then there is the flu, which is brought about by influenza. The influenza virus. Then we have COVID-19, which is also a different kind of it's in the family of flus. And then we have another one called RSV, also within this family of flus that affect the upper and the lower respiratory system. So I just have a very bad case of the flu, or rather not the flu, of a cold. But after the show, that is, I will definitely head on over to the doctor so that I can get the appropriate medicine, specifically for my eyes, because they are in pain. I feel like they're on fire right now. But the show must go on, like we say. So to my audience and to our listeners, in case uone ni kama Mungala Mbuvi anapanguza machozi, si kulia analia, bali ni macho yake ambaye yanamsumbua. Speaking of which, lost a friend over the weekend, a very nice business person, in the Nairobi business community. May he rest in peace. He just collapsed on Saturday evening.
How old was this person?
He was well into his towards the late 50s.
That's young.
Yeah. So he just collapsed, and they rushed him to hospital. The hospital resuscitated him, and from there they thought he was going to be okay. Then a few minutes later, like literally within an hour of arriving in the hospital, he was pronounced dead. So after this, again, kuna watu tunaenda kuomboleza na wao, just to ensure that watu wanna feel that togetherness. But people, you need to take care of yourselves, and you also need to, what is this thing we call, appreciate life every single day. If you have a loved one na mmekosana, tafadhali, me, I always advocate, reach out to that person and just try and make amends, especially if it is someone who's very important to you, a father, a mother, a sister, a very good friend, a brother, a relative, a close colleague, perhaps even. Life is too short for us kushinda tukikosana, au sio? Haya, methali ya leo siti natupeleka wapi?
Kwanza tuko nchi nyingine. I have left the island nations.
Yes.
We are now on solid ground, and we have gone to the Republic of Burundi.
Mm-hmm.
If I were to ask you the capital city of Burundi, what would you tell me it is?
Burundi. Is it Bujumbura?
Actually, Bujumbura is the economic capital
of Burundi.
Yes.
One more guess. Bujumbura.
You will not know it.
No.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
You
Bujumbura.
Bujumbura is the economic capital.
Burundi. Burundi. How can I not know? Anyway, tell me.
It's called Gitega. I told you wouldn't know it.
It's the capital.
The capital.
Never heard of it.
It's like Lagos is the economic capital of Nigeria.
Never heard.
I told you wouldn't know it. Even I didn't know it until I started looking for it. Gitega. Yes.
Okay. What about Gitega?
It is the capital city. The economic city.
Is it?
Look, there are countries, for instance, who have a capital. For instance, capital city of Tanzania ni wapi?
Dodoma.
Precisely. You understand it. The economic capital?
Arusha.
Dar es Salaam. Yes.
But it's because countries like Tanzania keep on shifting their...
No, they don't.
Or at least at one point they shifted.
No.
Just like South Africa, at one point it was Joburg, then it went to Pretoria.
Joburg was the capital. Mm-hmm. The shifting that you say, I agree with, that's what you mean.
Yes.
Then they realized, let the economic hub and capital be Joburg.
Yes.
But let us have Pretoria as Mali Parliament iko, na kadhalika.
How does that work though?
What do you mean, how does that work?
For instance, Nairobi is the capital of Kenya, and everything is found here, from our parliaments, what are they called? Headquarters, a lot of the companies, headquarters za serikali, sindio? Headquarters, ministries pia zote ziko hapa. So you find that it's easy for government and envoys to meet. They don't have to travel long distances to have conversations.
Yes and no.
So in a country where you have the capital city in this place, but then the what did you call it again?
Which one?
Is that what you used? The economic capital?
Yes, or
in a different place?
Yes. Call it the seat of government.
Yes.
Like, for instance, Washington, D.C. Seat of government.
Yes.
New York. Mambo yote. Sio?
Okay.
Yes. Iko hivyo. Inakuaga hivyo. Sawa? Right. An interesting country, this one. Official languages are Urundi, French, Kifaransa, which I think you speak sometimes, or at least you attempt to, and the English language. This country got its independence on the 26th of November, 1966.
1966.
Right. Population is around 13 million.
Burundi.
Now let me talk about the proverb. The proverb I have from Burundi is an interesting one. You cannot hide the smoke of the heart you set on fire.
You cannot hide?
The smoke from the heart, H-U-T, you set on fire.
Oh, H-U-T, ile nyumba ya.
Heart ile nyuma. Manyata. Sio ile hurt ile.
Si ngoro.
Sio.
Wasapiri wanaitanga ngoro. All right, so you cannot hide smoke.
The smoke of the heart you set on fire. Wachoma nyumba sio?
Naam.
Moshi lazima itaonekana.
Because that fire is
Baba.
Blazing and
yes,
it is sky high.
Yes, it'll be. You can't hide it.
Yes. So then the smoke also is equally sky high. Nice, good stuff. You cannot hide. It's the same thing as equivalent to, of course, not necessarily the same thing, but equivalent to what watu wanasema that whatever is hidden, one day it shall come to light.
Yes.
Chochote kile unafanya kwa giza, siku moja kitaja fanya nini? Julikana. Me, that is why I always tell guys, if you're a cheater, for example,
cheater ndio nani?
If you cheat on your partner, you can cheat, hide, but one day when you least expect it, either wewe mwenyewe unajitoboanga ama inatobolewa kwa kwingine kando na watu wengine. Kwa hivyo kakablaza, you cannot hide the smoke of the heart you set on fire.
You're set on fire. Sorry.
Itajulikana.
You can't sit on it.
Today, significant events in history. 1990, public meetings to plan the unification of Germany began in East and West Germany.
Which date?
This is 1990, December 1st. Today is December 1st.
Well, we need to consider when were they separated.
Yeah.
When was the Iron Curtain, as we called it, created? When?
Come again?
Iron Curtain. Well, the division of Germany came in after the Second World War.
Yes.
After 1945, the Allies, Russia was part of them, when they decided that divide the country. That's why you had East Germany and West Germany.
Right.
East Germany went to the Russians, West Germany went to the
Americans,
and Europe and so forth. Yes.
Okay. Like that. Interesting. All right. Sasa hiyo ndio significant kitu ya leo tumeona. Also something else that you might consider checking out. In 1913, the first American subway train began service in Boston. 1913. Subway. Boston. Sisi tuko hapa Kenya 2025.
Tunamenyana na SGR
yetu.
Hadithi.
Na I don't know if you know this other commuter train, the ones that go to, like, say, come from Ruiru, the ones that come from sides za Kitengela, Mlolongo na huko.
I've heard of them.
You've heard of them, eh? You know, those trains are old. Very old, and I do not know who maintains them, but I don't feel like they are well put together and well maintained.
The railway had one of the most highly mechanized workshops you could actually imagine.
Yes.
And they also had one of the best training schools for training people in that.
Right.
So if you're talking about the capability of manning and resuscitating and maintaining those engines, railway always had. Note, I'm being careful here.
Yes.
Had.
Yeah.
Whether that capacity was eroded over time, I'm not certain. And if it was eroded, by how much, I also am not certain. But if you're asking whether they had the capacity or the wherewithal to maintain the bogies, as we used to call them, they did.
Okay. All right. So ponder on that. 1913. That is over 100 years ago. Boston had a subway.
They were clear about what they wanted to do.
Just so you
and
know.
they did it. Yes.
I'm reminded by our producer Edna that Waburundi huongea Kiswahili safi sana. Waburundi wanaongea Kiswahili safi sana.
Swahili literally is remember they neighbor Tanzania. And one or two, the lingua franca of this region actually is Kiswahili. Yes.
All right. And we are still on the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. So once in a while, ladies and gentlemen, we shall be touching on those particular subjects. So yeah, if you have anything to say in regards to that, well, you can find us on our various social media channels and let us know your thoughts as far as those are concerned. Right now, though, let's check out what's making headlines across the world on radiogeneration.co.ke. Hong Kong fire death toll rises to 146 as thousands pay respect.
Oh, dear.
Yes.
Dear.
These buildings caught fire, and I was trying to understand how one building acha niseme ilisambazia ile nyingine moto.
Wind.
Yes, of course, wind is a factor. But then again, you know, this is Hong Kong. We're not talking about Nairobi. We're not talking about Mathare slums. We're not talking about Kibra. We're talking about buildings that are state of the art, and number two, even in terms of their equipment and how they have been built to sustain such calamities and such kinds of occurrences. This one is beyond me. At least 146 people are now known to have died in the devastating fire that tore through high-rise buildings in Hong Kong on Wednesday. Police announced the new death toll on Sunday, that is yesterday, cautioning that they cannot rule out the possibility of further fatalities. There are still 150 people missing, and the blaze left 79 injured. 7 of 8 tower blocks at the Wang Fuk Court housing complex in the northerly Tai Po district rapidly went up in flames. Accusations that the fire was spread by flammable construction materials have sparked widespread anger. Now, this is something perhaps we need to talk about. 3 days of national mourning started on Saturday, and thousands have gathered at the scene to mourn the victims. There have been queues stretching as long as 2 kilometers as people wait to lay flowers and handwritten notes. Indonesian worker Romla Rosida said that she was very surprised at how many people had turned up to pray for the victims. Now, officials observed 3 minutes of silence to begin in the morning period, and the flags of China and Hong Kong are flying at half-mast. Now, this fire that is Hong Kong's deadliest in more than 70 years, and the death toll has been rising each day as officials work to recover and identify bodies. You know, this fire started initially in 2 buildings. That is when it was when it was like a really big deal, when it hit the news channels on the likes of CNN, Al Jazeera, BBC. It was just in 2 buildings. Then kidogo like this ikasemekana zimekuwa 3, then zikakuwa 4, then sasa tunasikia ni 7. Now, this issue of flammable materials, there's a time I had a conversation with Kenyans who had lived in China, and then they came to Kenya about perhaps some 10 years ago, and that time a lot of construction was taking place in Nairobi, high-rise buildings being brought up, and they were coming up really fast. Now, the conversation was about who was constructing them and the kind of materials they were using. Kenyans, we are used to building our houses with, the bricks. And then we also use things like cement and other materials, the steel wires and so on and so forth. Then it got to a point whereby they started discussing about other materials that were being introduced, hence why these buildings were coming up faster than in previous times. And I said, guys, technology has changed, obviously. So even the materials have become lighter, less expensive. We're also able to incorporate other materials in places where we didn't think we could incorporate them, like plastics, because number one, they're easier to acquire, and of course their structural integrity and strength has improved over time. And someone pointed out and told me also some of these things that are being used are highly flammable.
Yes.
Yeah, and I was like, but hazards are always there. Safety standards will always be applied, because these guys have been doing it for a very long time. But they told me some of these things, the materials used to construct some of those window panes very light materials. Some of them metallic, yes, but also it's the kind of metal that can catch fire easily because it's very lightweight. And it allows air to get inside. So ikiwaka moto, my friend, you kinawaka moto. And that's when it hit me. I was like, Then now there's this story about these 7 buildings that caught fire in Hong Kong, and I'm like, wait a minute. Has anyone checked to see the buildings that have been constructed here for the last, at the very least, 10 years?
We have had a problem in this country, more so in this city, with inspection. It's a tale of war. Remember, there's something called polystyrene.
Yes.
It's a foam board that is used during renovations. Then there's something called the scaffolding.
Yes.
They argue that is made of bamboo. And they don't stop there. There's the construction netting. I think you've seen it even in buildings.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Okay. And then there is the age of the building. Those buildings were not in their first youth. Okay. Now, if you look at news that was, whether it was NBC, whether it was BBC, the local papers speaking to this particular problem, there are those who could argue that this was a problem waiting to happen. In every problem, the human error is what one must focus on more than anything else. Not blame, human error. Something happens which need not have happened, and then you suddenly have a problem that spreads as fast as it does. Yes.
Yeah, so this fire in Hong Kong, man, this one is crazy. This one is definitely crazy. You can check it out on our website.
You know what scaffolding is?
Yes, the one that is on the outside that
ile chuma ambao wanaweka wakifunga ikiendelea.
Inasaidia wajenzi
yes,
kutumia kusimama, because there's no ladder that will go all the way to.
Precisely. Now it's normally made of steel.
Yes.
Now when you make it with bamboo, what do you think is going to happen?
Of course, bamboo is very flammable.
It's strong, but very, very flammable.
Yeah.
Yes.
I just hope that but it's difficult now, because I'm telling you, the buildings that have been consolidated in Kenya. Police denied tear gassing Kariobangi church service attended by Gachagua. Hey, Gachagua. Right.
What has happened?
Let's read this. Police denied tear gassing Kariobangi church service attended by who? By Gachagua.
So what are they saying? He tear gassed himself.
The National Police Service has denied claims it lobbed tear gas into Kariobangi North PCA Church during a Sunday Thanksgiving ceremony for Kariobangi North MCA-elect David Warui. In a statement issued on Sunday, the service said officers on duty observed a group of rowdy youths armed with crude weapons attempting to force their way into the church. Reinforcements were called in, but moments later, a second group arrived and confronted the first, escalating the situation. Atike. Police moved in to contain the clash, which briefly spilled into the church and disrupted the service, also attended by former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, who condemned the incident. Now, Gachagua criticized the use of force to break up religious gatherings, saying such intimidation only distances the public from the government. However, police said they intervened to manage an out-of-control situation. Sasa, every single day we have to read something about, if it's not Gachagua saying that government is planning to rig, it's Gachagua saying that there was an assassination attempt, or Gachagua saying that the police are being misused to hurt innocent Kenyans. Na ninaulizanga, kwani hizi mambo zinafanyikanga tu mali Gachagua yuko?
The way I would look at it is this.
Yeah.
Once you become a politician and you want to seek relevance, you stay in the media, you stay in the limelight. And you can't stay in the limelight if you're not saying something or the other at some point or the other. So
are you saying that the former DP is clout chasing?
He is.
He is, eh?
He is. Is it necessary to talk as much as he does? The answer is no.
Okay,
but he feels he must, and he has a reason why he must.
Okay. Can we ascertain a few issues, especially in regards to this situation about Kariobangi North Church, PCA? Where was there a commotion? Clearly there is, because both Gachagua and the police are alleging kulikuwanga na shida, and so something had to be done about this problem. So according to the police, they say that there was one crowd that came, started causing commotion.
Rowdy youth.
Yes. Then another one also joined the first one, and then there was a conflict between the two. So because of that conflict, the police had to do what? Intervene and maintain law and order.
So tear gas?
So tear gas had to be used because the police are trained to do one of two things.
To lobby tear gas.
Either beat you up or lobby tear gas.
That's not what they're trained to do. The beating up and the tear gas comes in when they're trying to restrain people, or ideally, they argue, when they're trying to bring order to a situation where there isn't sufficient order.
All right, I withdraw my statement. But nonetheless, the point is, where police are and they have tear gas and they have guns and they have their batons, rest assured, they are very much obligated to use them. And they incline to using them as opposed to not using them. And when there are rowdy individuals, whether they are happy individuals or they are rowdy because they are causing some kind of problems, the police have got this,
let me ask you,
high affinity to intervene.
In last year, when there was the Occupy Parliament move,
right,
and all those tens and hundreds of youth were rushing in there.
Yeah.
If the police were there who were armed, whom it was reported ran away,
yes,
if they had done what the Tanzanian did, how many people do you think would have died?
Several. However, from the video clips I watched, as the youths or these people were approaching Parliament, a few warning shots were fired.
Where? In the air?
They were fired. Yeah, I'm saying that's why I'm calling them warning shots. They were fired in the air or in the ground. The point is, people were warned, do not come any closer. The
point I'm trying to make is, yes, people did not heed, they got closer.
Yes.
And the police were there.
Overpowered?
No, the police ran away.
Si tunasema they were overpowered.
That's an interpretation.
Mm-hmm.
They ran away.
Who, the cops now?
Yes.
Okay.
The point I'm making was, if they were armed.
They were armed.
If they did not run away, I am juxtaposing it with the Tanzanian situation.
Yes.
How many Kenyans do you think would have died on that day?
Needless to say, several.
My point exactly. That running away,
yeah,
saved the day. Now,
the running away of the police.
Yes. Because the alternative, without what has happened in Tanzania, I would have been talking to myself if I'd even brought about that suggestion. But you can see what happens when police decide to shoot at a crowd.
Yeah.
Yes. And you don't need 10 policemen, no? You just need 2 or 3 with semi-automatic weapons, and a lot of people will die.
A lot of people will die. But also, look at it this way. The police that were guarding, or rather that guard Parliament at any given time anyway, they have limited ammunition. They do not have unlimited supply.
You don't like the police very much, do you?
No. I'm just pointing out something here.
How do you know they have limited ammunition?
Because I know at one point bullets will run out.
It doesn't matter where you are. That weapon you have has limited ammunition. It always does.
Yeah.
Does Parliament has an armory? Yes.
It does.
That is the point.
Yes.
What you have on your person will be limited. If you need reinforcement or you need more ammunition, there's an armory.
But the point I'm driving at here is this, that if the people are crazy enough to what is it called, to accost the police to the point of the police getting rid of their, or rather finishing their ammunition, then these cops might actually be overpowered, and they might do what? They might also actually come into harm.
Point made.
Yes. But in this particular situation of the Kariobangi church, I am yet to understand what exactly it's all about.
If fire could be moved from the wind from one building to another, you don't think tear gas can be moved from the road into the church?
Oh yes, it does. It can be moved. It can be moved.
So?
Mimi nimesema tu.
The thing is this. Gachagua has determined clearly that he will not lose an opportunity to speak out on certain things.
Right.
And when he speaks, the media follows what he says. And they air it. So he's constantly in our lives.
Now, there is an appointment here that has been made by one Oburu Odinga. Let's see what this is all about. Oh yeah, here we are. Senator Oburu Oginga has appointed Ambassador Dr. Renish Omulo as the Orange Democratic Movement's advisor on regional and international affairs, marking a significant addition to the party's senior advisory team. Now, in a formal appointment letter dated 11th November and addressed to Dr. Omulo in Berlin, Germany, Senator Oburu said the diplomat would serve as a key advisor in advancing ODM's external engagements and strengthening its global partnerships. The Sia Senator, who also chairs the Parliamentary Energy Committee, said the appointment is anchored on Dr. Omulo's extensive experience in diplomacy and international relations.
Is this man still working for the Kenyan government?
Are we talking about Dr. Oburu?
Not Oburu.
Or the lady who's been appointed?
Is it a lady?
It's a lady. She's called Dr. Omulo. And if she's an ambassador and not a retired one, she's probably still working for the government.
So how then does she work for a political party?
Let's just make a quick Google search and see if she'll turn up in the government website as a person who's still in service. Dr. Omulo, Renish Omulo. So, Dr. Omulo, is she still in government? I don't know. So, there's some sites here that are saying that she's a Berlin-based Kenyan entrepreneur, but some of these websites predate perhaps her appointment as a diplomat. Yeah, perhaps this is information we can research and check on later on.
So
yeah, tutaangalia hayo yote, lakini the point is ODM have a new appointee. We wish them all the best. Let me just check what else is trending here before we get into the traffic updates. So you can check out more stories such as 4 people who've been killed in shooting at a child's birthday party in California. America and their guns. 4 arrested in Kikuyu police operation targeting drug peddlers. And then you can check out another story here by Senator Sifuna on Kasmuel Makoure. Yeah, this is actually Kasmuel saying that he has an issue with Senator Sifuna. So yeah, get that and much more on our website, that is radiogeneration.co.ke. Right now though, let's check out what's happening on the roads of Nairobi as far as your traffic is concerned. Are you stuck? Definitely hope not.
Traffic.
But in case you are, let me let you know where you might be stuck and perhaps what other avenues you have to escape that traffic. I'm looking at a picture of Ngong Road here, the map rather, and it's fairly clear apart from a few pockets around the T junctions. That is, for example, on Ring Road, Kilimani, Pale Joseph Kang'ethe Road, join Ngong Road, a little bit of traffic there. Then the roundabout at Raila Odinga Way, and on the opposite side we have Daystar University. That's a little bit of a traffic jam there, but it's moving nonetheless, as long as you guys give each other space to join and exit the roundabout. Haile Selassie also having a little bit of traffic as you're joining the Uhuru Highway and heading over to the railway bus stop stage, which by the way is also jam-packed at this particular minute, meaning that everyone is streaming into Nairobi right now, which is a good thing. Things are getting back to normal after the weekend. A few pockets of traffic also within the CBD, for instance. This is at K-Sport Solutions, that road, as you're getting onto Ronald Ngala Street, bumper to bumper this particular minute. Also, Timboroa Lane, Taveta Lane at Savo Road. Hizo barabara zote zimeshikamana ukienda kukutana na Kenneth Matiba Road. River Road also looking quite jammed up at this particular time. Let's see those folks who are trying to leave their homes and get into the CBD. Where could the traffic be? I'm looking at Langata Road right now. It's looking clean. That means that you guys are moving quite well. However, if you're on the inner sides of Langata, that is Kisaoni Road, kwa mfano, Msufi Road, Kule, bumper to bumper, Sumba Road as well, bumper to bumper right now. Mariakani Road looking good at this particular hour. Enterprise Road also looking absolutely mwah. You guys are moving quite well as far as that is concerned. As you're approaching Jogo Road, Kule sehemu za Gikomba, Landis Road, bumper to bumper at this particular hour. If I zoom out and check out Mombasa Road, not Mombasa Road, but Mombasa, how the roads in Mombasa looking at this particular minute, you guys know complaints coming through Bombolulu, Bamburi, Utange, Mtwapa, mko sawa sawa, mkielekea Changamu kule Mikindani, Miritini, mko sawa, Mazeras, Belewa, kote kunakaa kwa sawa, Ngombeni as well, no complaints. But if you see something on the road and you think I need to know about it, well, you know where to find me. I'll let a brother at Radio Gen KE.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
Business Daily ndio hiyo hapo, na nimekupatia zingine mbili pia. I'm checking out the Star newspaper. Front page, no Xmas cheer for families as festivities loom. This story is on page 4 and 5. Are they saying that we are too broke to enjoy the festivities? Well, according to Oxfam, it reports that the cost of food has risen by 50%.
Where?
In the country of
Has
Kenya.
it?
According to Oxfam. Oxfam, they do this. What is it called? They collect data, statistics. So according to Oxfam, they report that the cost of food has risen by 50%. Yeah. Why by-elections may determine Western politics ahead of 2027. Malava MP-elect David Ndakwa receives his certificate on Friday. That story is on page 12. Ruto repeated his promise to make Kenya first world country. Where is this? This is African Inland Church Milimani yesterday, where the president and his wife, Rachel Ruto, attended a church service. And then... why illicit trade is bad for industries, taxes, and livelihoods. This is according to Achola. That's on sustainability on page 6. And then in other news on page 11, Matiang'i Gachagua rivalry divides their political handlers. Check that out inside the Star. On the back page, Njoki retains her Eldohab Tech Run title as Mariam after switching allegiance. Okay, I don't think I understand that one. Let me read it again. Njoki retains her Eldo Hub Techran title as Mariam after switching allegiance. Okay. Tutasoma maybe baadaye tutaweza kuelewa. Chris Njoki now competing as Mariam. She changed her name. After switching her allegiance to Qatar. All right, now I get it. But she has retained her title. She's still at the very top. Dubai, a game changer. Coach Musa relies rookie hit squad ahead of high-stakes Emirates showdown. And then on the Daily Nation front page, by-elections fallout. We can see here, double standards is a question they're asking. Top politicians who backed rival candidates in the just concluded by-elections are facing disciplinary action, including potential removal from party and parliamentary leadership positions. Sources in the broad-based government team of Kenya Kwanza and ODM reveal plans to reorganize parliamentary leadership to reflect the current political realignments. That story is on page 4. Who could be on the chopping block? Well, we have the following individuals. In ODM, we have Kitutu Chache Masaba, Kitutu Chache South MP, Anthony Kibagendi, who backed candidates from Dr. Matiang'i's UPA party. Saboti MP Caleb Amisi supported candidates of DAPK in recent by-elections in Western. Homa Bay Deputy Governor Oyugi Magwanga went against his boss in Kasipul parliamentary race. And Kitutu Masaba MP Clive Ombane supported MCA candidates of Dr. Matiang'i's party in recent polls. In UDA, who's facing problems? Kakamega Senator Boni Halwale, who backed the APK man in Malava, says he's his friend and brother. Then, of course, we have Mohaji Chapevu, Nyali MP Mohamed Ali backed DCP candidate in the Magarini by-election. And then we have a Ford Kenya problem here. Kabushai MP Majimbo Kalasinga, who supported independent MCA candidate in his constituency. It's not really bad. And then we have, last but not least, DAPK, Kakamega Deputy Governor Ayub Savula, rooted for UDA candidate in Malava by-election. Where? Paradox of jobless PhD holders. This story is on page 3. So apparently, 400, this is the number of PhDs produced every year against a national target of 1,000. And then on matters health, on page 10, healthcare will not be disrupted in SHA switch, teachers have been told. And then on the back page, United hand Palace first home league loss since February. Nairobi United on the back foot in Africa Cup. And then Shabana ends skid with win over Kenya Police. These ones and much more on the back page of the Daily Nation. Over to you, City.
Right. Scam loading. Okay, what does the standard mean? Another SHA ripoff. For 21 years, a disputed 23-acre plot in Karen has swallowed billions for a hospital that exists only on paper. Despite an active court fight, forged documents, and unanswered ownership claim, the Social Authority now wants another 50 million for a fence around the land the state may not even own, thus keeping a ghost project alive at staggering public costs. This is a story on page 4 and 5. Okay? There is no government agency that has not investigated this matter, from DCI, National Land Commission, Ministry of Lands. I have lived here for more than 40 years. As far as I'm concerned, there's no dispute. The land is occupied by me and the title deed is in my name. This is a quote by a gentleman called Peter David Leparaco. The authority has secured a budget of 50 million to help in fencing the plot, even as it awaits a conclusion of an ownership dispute. DCI requests NHIF to surrender the original titles for purpose of investigation. The current status of the matter indicates that the criminal matter is still ongoing. This is a quote of a lady by the name of Mercy Mwangangi, who is SHA's CEO. Okay, so SHA is back in the news again. This story will continue unfolding and we will wait to see how it unfolds. Okay?
All right.
But if you look at just the payments that has been outlined, which amount to 1.5 billion, there were big payments. There was a land purchase, which they claimed to be at something like 93 million shillings, legal fees. But the legal fees are more than the purchase of the land, 56 million shillings. Professional fees, 29 million shillings. I thought legal fees were the professional fees. Anyway, feasibility study, quantity surveyors cost, architectural works and design, electrical engineering, but these are in the hundreds of millions. Civil and mechanical engineering, NCC and NEM approval fees and rates, others. These were payments were made. These are not estimates. These were payments that were made. Okay?
Architectural fees, I was told by an architect that they are usually 15% of the total cost, projected total cost of constructing the building.
No.
How much is
they like, just like the lawyers, they have an order for remunerations, and it very rarely even gets to 10%. Very rarely.
Really?
Yes, it hovers around 6%. Yes.
Someone told me.
That's what they
an architect.
That's what probably he charges.
Yeah.
Yes.
He told me that 15% is what is allowed by law. 15% of the
law normally sets a maximum that you can charge. It doesn't set a minimum.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like they can tell you the maximum you can charge is up. Ukitaka kuchorea mtu bure pia ni sawa. Hakuna mali serikali itakwambia ati sasa wewe juu umechora bure.
I do not know of a place where it is that architects charge 15%. 15% is a colossal percentage, chief. Yeah. It's a colossal percentage. It could even be the undoing of a project. Let's look at the Business Daily. Kenyans fail to claim 67 billion shares of NSE listed firms. 1.8 billion shares of 47 listed firms unclaimed as at September. Safaricom tops list with 20.28 billion worth of units. Okay? Right. Smaller banks beat large rivals in 9-month profit growth. Small banks increased their share of sector profits for the 9 months to September 2025, showing growing confidence by customers after years of flight triggered by the collapse of 3 lower-tier lenders in 2015 and 2016. Counties owe Kenya Power 5.6 billion in unpaid electricity bills. Yeah. Okay. KRA wins 773 million tax battle with construction firm. I see. Unit trust clients double lifts assets to 679 billion. Right. Let me look at the East African.
As you do that, I was just doing again a quick check here. So there is a website here that it's about it's called integram.co.ke, and this is what they're saying, that by law, this is Cap 525, Architects and Quantity Surveyors Act. Architects in Kenya are expected to charge a minimum of 6% of the total construction costs. And that's not all. In some projects, the minimum rate goes up to 10%. And that's not all. In some projects, the minimum rate goes up to 10% of the total cost of construction. Plus, as a client, you'll be required to further cater for the 16% VAT. Yeah. So between 6 to 10% is the justified amount of money you will pay an architect. All right. You are checking out the paper.
Yes, I was looking at the East African. EU moves to cut off Tanzania. Bloc legislators censure Samia over alleged rights abuse, push aid cut. Right. Kagame, we disagreed with Arsenal. Rwandan leader explains why the English club won't renew sponsorship deal. Okay. News. Kenya shifts from panda to samurai. What does this mean? We are looking for bonds. We're looking for loans after the World Bank cut the 170 million US dollar loan they're supposed to give us. So we wanted to go to China. That's where the panda loan comes in. But we decided to go to Japan instead.
Yeah.
And that's where the term samurai comes in.
Yes.
We're looking for bonds, like the Euro bond. This is a panda a samurai bond. How that will pan out, we'll see. Mobile money defaulters beware. Uganda moots tool to catch dodgy borrowers. Page 6. East African Presidents Summit put off. Tanzania's political crisis plus icy relations among leaders make it hard to get quorum to hold meeting on December 6th. Yes, those are the headlines in the 3 papers that I'm looking at.
Okay. I want to salimia Don Sabwa, who says, when I hear and see Kenya elections and the IBC commissioners speak, I honestly feel for them, because at this point I can't even tell where the Terra team ended up plus others. Douglas Kibogonga anasema, our able RG team morning, I really pity an IBC if one's win elections were fair, and if I look it was a shame. Or is it shame or sham? Where is the middle ground in this? Okay, thank you, Mr. Douglas. Yeah, those two are the comments that I can see here that are relevant perhaps to some of the conversations we're having here as far as the elections are concerned. So if I can just revisit the star here and just talk about the no Xmas cheer for families as festivities loom. This story is on page 4 and 5. So allow me to just check out what exactly Oxfam are saying in regards to the loom and gloom on the pages 4 and 5. So wanasema hivi. No Christmas cheer as meager incomes wreck households' budgets. Nairobi waitress Janet Isoboke took a mandatory pay cut of 25% in 2020 when COVID-19 destabilized almost every business. Now, although she scaled back on spending, downgrading from a one-bedroom house to a bedsitter in a more affordable neighborhood, she says her life has worsened. Now, my salary of 32,000 has since shrunk further to 26K due to taxes introduced in the past 3 years. The cost of basic commodities has gone up. I'm on the edge, borrowing to survive a day at a time in this day and age. A civil engineer for county government in Western Kenya complains that the buying power of 1,000 bob has shrunk significantly in 5 years, and that he can barely buy 4 major items in the food basket. He doesn't want his name to be used lest he angers his employer for complaining. Yeah. Payday no longer excites me, he told the Star. I worry much more about which debt to pay than what to buy with my salary. Taxes and debts are competing for my shrinking income. I have resorted to loans to pay for most essentials. It is getting crazier. Yeah. So this is what I guess Oxfam meant by doom and gloom, or rather gloom and the...
It is doom and gloom.
Yeah. So, and the fact that there is no Xmas cheer. I remember during, when I was like really young, like below 10 years old, my parents used to, during Christmas, wakati kama ndo ulikuwa unaulizwa unataka nini for Christmas. And of course it was somehow tied to your performance in school. So you were told, ukikuja number 1, ama ukiimprove, kama ulikuanga number 6, ukiimprove, this time around unataka kuja, and you make a pact with your parents. They ask you, utakuja namba ngapi this time around? So that it can be your own goal that you have set. And so my parents would ask me, this time unakuja namba ngapi? And of course I would tell them. So for example, if I was number 5, I would be like, Mom, nitakuwa number 2. And I was told, ukikuja number 2, unataka nini? Nawaambia sasa, mimi kama Paul Mungala Mbuvi, nataka baiskeli, nataka maybe mpira, nataka binoculars, nataka watch mpya, whatever it is that I wanted at the time. So if I already had a bicycle, of course I had to talk about something different. And my parents would deliver, because I would also deliver on my end. I would come to that position number 2, and sometimes even come to number 1, depending. And so Christmas for me was a fun time, because I knew it was gifts galore. And then of course, let's not forget the fact that you're home during this entire time. So every single day your parents will be fattening you up with things in the fridge like bacon and sausages and chicken and fish and whatever it is. Trips every single day. Leo tuende kwa auntie fulani, leo tuende kwa uncle fulani. Christmas for us was a very fun time. But from what the Star has said here, the report by Oxfam, it's like people are struggling just to get by.
Yes,
Forget
yeah.
what gifts they will buy for their loved ones. Forget that new dress that you probably will get or should have gotten your wife. My friend, now you're struggling to even pay rent.
It is a difficult time, actually. That's a simple. If that's what they're saying, then they are absolutely right.
Yeah.
It's the 50% thing I was talking about. I was wondering. You see, if the average income has dropped, then the purchasing power will also drop. And if the purchasing power drops, it also means that the taxman will also be collecting less and less money.
So now what do we do?
Stimulate the economy.
No, that is what the government will do, but what will you and I do? The ones who actually having that shrinking salary, that shrinking, basically the demands that we have.
What do we do in a situation like this one where the income that people earn is shrinking every day? You become innovative.
Because, for example, that lady we just read about, how she moved from house A to house B, neighborhood A to neighborhood B, and still it's not easing up.
That is why I began by saying there needs to be an economic uplift. Because if the economy isn't economizing, if it isn't mathing, as you say, then these changes will not happen. Because on your own, there's a limit to what you can do.
Yeah.
There are just so many jobs. There's just so many businesses.
Because Oxfam has said that the cost of food, for instance, has risen by 50%.
That is what I don't understand. What do they mean?
Kwa mfano,
It hasn't actually.
kwa mfano, it depends.
No, it hasn't actually.
It depends.
All right, tell me the dependency.
It depends. For instance, if you are buying nyanya, because I don't know the timelines they're saying, is it compared to maybe last year same time or 2 years before that same time or pre-COVID? But the point is, perhaps this is the time ulikuwa unanunua nyanya for 10 shillings.
Paul, the cost of foodstuffs from the time of the Uhuru era have actually gone down. Even from 2022, they've actually gone down, not up.
So, for example, and perhaps I will find that the exact place they have mentioned this 50% rise.
50% is steep, man.
Kama ulikuwa unanunua nyanya na 10 bob,
Then 20 bob.
chances saa hii ni 20. Aya,
Where?
kama ulikuwa unanunua kitunguu 5, saa hii ni 10. Kama ulikuwa unanunua hizo vitu zote, unga sasa sijui ni how much. Lucky for me, and this is just Paul Mongala movie.
The increase in the prices of goods is not just a supply issue. It's a supply and a demand. If there are fewer people who are demanding for a certain product, that price is more likely to go down than up. If the goods are few and people have a lot of money to spend, the price will shoot up because the people competing for it. It's simple economics, really. So what are they saying?
An economic status update released by Oxfam last week appears to support Janet and the country engineer. Government data differ, painting a positive picture of the general economy. President William Ruto enumerated success during his State of the Nation address on November 20th. Now, Oxfam's Kenya Economic Survey reported the cost of food alone has risen by 50% since 2020. So now we have a timeline since 2020 to date, right? While average household income has dropped by nearly 40%. Now, the higher cost of living and the lower wages have forced many households to rely on loans to survive, pushing up average household debt to 56%, increasing by 100% since 2020. Now, total household debt, which was estimated at 907 billion in early 2020, has increased by 40% to 1.3 trillion, the report read. Now, more people are sinking into poverty, Oxfam wrote, and most families can barely place a decent meal on the table. Now, the average amount earned by the poorest person in the country cannot afford him a packet of milk.
That 50% thing I don't understand. They're stating it, but they're not proving it. They're not yet stating it.
They have started by saying, now this is the star, that what the government is saying is not necessarily what is being reflected on the ground. So now Oxfam is saying that since 2020, at least now we have a timeline. It's between 2020 and 2025, the time they finished that survey of theirs. So that means that, again, depending on where you live and the kind of stuff that you buy, whatever you could buy in 2020 right now the price has more or less doubled if we are talking about food stuff.
The food prices do increase in the country from time to time, but it's 3.2% to 4%, not 50. Paul, 50 is steep.
Yeah. 50 is steep.
It's like saying that your salary is going to buy you half of what it can buy you now. It's almost catastrophic, man.
If we are to do the mathematics again, they are saying that kama ilikuanga shilingi moja, sasa ni kumaanisha ni shilingi moja na sumni. That's the correct mathematics, yeah? So if you were buying something for 10 shillings, right now you're buying it for 15. So if you were buying a packet of unga for 100 shillings in 2020, in 2025 you're buying it for 150 bob. So I actually tend to agree with this particular survey, if indeed it is a survey.
That's voodoo.
It's not voodoo.
That is absolute voodoo and conjecture.
Okay, according to you,
No.
Imepanda.
Apana, it has increased by around 2.4 to 3 to 3.2%. 50% is bizarre. It's absolutely bizarre. If they cannot quote the sources from where they've gotten this particular data, then it is absolute and undiluted voodoo. Nonsense. There's nothing they're saying there that you can prove. If they want this thing to be taken, let them quote credible sources. Just saying Oxfam has said. Oxfam has said what? What survey? When was it conducted? Among whom was it conducted? They've just mentioned a period of time. A period of time, what foodstuffs were they looking at? Were they looking at groceries? Were they looking at manufactured goods? What were they looking at? You have to give all those details for you to conclude that it has risen by 50%. Throwing a figure of 50% and then talking about a time space within which that thing was done, that is not conclusive evidence. That is just making a wild statement and then arriving at a conclusion.
Can we say that perhaps, and this is just saying because I'm not sure where this report is, perhaps it's something, if you can go to their website, is available?
I am not going to go to their website. The reporter of that particular article should have given us those details. That is the whole point of reporting. You don't just throw figures. 50%. Man, do you know how crazy 50% is?
Yeah.
That's inflammatory.
See, that's the whole issue of inflation. Yeah. This is what they're saying again. So this is according to kenya.oxfam.org. Nearly half of Kenyans live in extreme poverty, and that is on less than 130 shillings per day. This is the dollar, right? Yet a few have amassed enormous wealth. The richest 125 Kenyans have more wealth more than the 43 quarters of Kenyans, about 43 million people. Now, this is a report they released 5 days ago. You can download the whole report.
That report is inflammatory. 50% of this country is not where they are saying it is. I don't need to read it to know, because I read other information that tells me they are not the only people. There are people who actually determine the economy of this country and the direction it's taking on a monthly basis.
So they have two of these reports.
If I look at the World Bank report, if I look at the American report on economics, and the other people write these things, they say nothing close to what Oxfam is talking about.
Bro, so you can download this thing.
I'm not going to download it.
Not you. This is now for the sake of Akina Douglas Kibogong and Don Sabo who are listening, who probably want to dive deeper into this research. You can get it on kenya.oxfam.org. Two of the downloads include the Kenya Inequality Crisis, the Greatest Economic Divide. That's a report. It's in PDF format. You can download it. And then the other PDF format is also Kenya's Inequality State Policy Brief.
That sounds like an article that is written for you to justify the demands that you have from funders who you hope will fund your activities. That there's a crisis here. 50% of the people here are dying of hunger. The figure may have risen to 5 million. 5 million Kenyans is barely 10% of the population.
Actually, they're saying 7 million. This is the number of Kenyans who have fallen into extreme poverty since 2015. 125. This is the number of super rich who own more wealth than 43 million Kenyans, 43 plus million Kenyans. Then 1.3 trillion shillings. This is the total household debt. 4.5% November inflation alone.
And they're quoting that particular survey.
Yes, now this is, then we have 40% private sector firms that indicated plans to sack employees. This is 40%. This one we know. Between 2020 and to date, the number of individuals and companies, first of all, individuals who've been laid off, individual companies that have had to shut down, and then companies that have had to shrink.
Since what period of time?
This is they're just mentioning a figure here. This is just the numbers at a glance.
This problem began with COVID.
Yes. Then 65% employers who have decried bad business environment. 782,000 new jobs created in 2024, that is last year. 848,000 jobs created in 2023, and then 50,000 average number of university graduates annually from all the universities in Kenya. Lastly, 500,000, this is the average number of graduates from tertiary institutions yearly. So what's the difference between the university and the tertiary? Ama sasa hizi tertiary zile zingine zenye si university. Anyway, so there are the numbers. Perhaps this is a conversation we shall continue after the break. Right now, though, why don't we listen to the news from Winnie Maganga?
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. As the world marks World AIDS Day today, Kenya registered more than 19,990 new HIV infections in 2024, with total infections now at 1.3 million cases. The increment of more than 3,200 new cases from the previous year undermines the government's ambition of marking Kenya HIV and AIDS-free by 2030. The state is also concerned about rising HIV infections among young people and adolescents, calling for more effort to curb the cases. Here's the National Syndemic Disease Control Council Acting CEO Douglas Bosire.
Among those which were 15 plus, 41% occurred among adolescents and young children aged between 15 and 24 years. We came together and called upon partners. We called upon ministries and line development and implementing partners and other stakeholders and actors. And we coined the term the triple threat that is challenging the health and well-being of our young people.
The National Police Service has denied claims it lobbed tear gas into Kariobangi North PCA Church during a Sunday Thanksgiving ceremony for Kariobangi North MCA-elect David Warui. In a statement issued on Sunday, the service said officers on duty had observed a group of rowdy youths armed with crude weapons attempting to force their way into the church. Reinforcements were called in, but moments later, a second group arrived and confronted the first, escalating the situation. Police moved in to contain the clash, which briefly spilled into the church and disrupted the service, which was also attended by former DP Rigathi Gachagua, who condemned the drama. I'm setting up Kenya to take off from third to first world within the next 30 years, says President William Ruto. Speaking at AIC Milimani, Nairobi during a church service, the president said key sectors that were ailing, including health, education and economy in general, have been fixed and the country is now ready to take off. Ruto also called on the church to pray over the ambitious plans the government has for Kenyans.
I'm asking you as members of my local church and as Christians to pray for the plans we have for Kenya so that God can make the difference in Kenya. I am very confident. I have no doubt in my mind that it is possible to move Kenya from a third world country to a first world country before I die. In the next, by the time I get to 90, Kenya should be a first world country.
The United Opposition Coalition has announced plans to file a legal petition contesting the outcome of the recent Mbeere North and Malava constituencies and Malava constituency by-elections. It claims the contests were marred by interference from senior state officials. Speaking during a service at AIC Mukuni Church in Machakos County, Wiper Party leader Kalonzo Musyoka said the coalition intends to move to court with what he described as credible proof of vote tampering during the polls.
William Ruto knows that UDA did not win in Bere and UDA did not win in Malava. Hiyo anajua. And kama wakili Njeru amesema, we are going to have a very clear, strong petition.
Armed men kidnapped 13 women and a baby in an overnight raid in northeastern Nigeria, the latest in a string of mass abductions to rock the West African country. A bride and 10 of her bridesmaids were among those abducted in the night of Saturday to Sunday from the village of Chacho in Sokoto State. A resident told AFP, in recent weeks, attackers have kidnapped hundreds of people across Nigeria, which has struggled to respond to the threat posed both by jihadist groups and criminal gangs. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome back. This is Radio Generation. The time right now is 7 minutes past 7 o'clock. CT and I were just having this very interesting conversation about the data that is coming through from the dailies. And I've just been told by our producer that tomorrow Oxfam will be here to actually talk about some of this data that they have presented in their report, the two reports that they have released in the last couple of days. So we're going to be deciphering them and see, and more or less just talk about it and tuone ukweli uko wapi ama ni sisi ndio tuelewe data vizuri ama namna gani. However, right now though, we want to talk about the by-elections that recently happened and how they relate to the 2027 general polls. Today we do have the National Coordinator Elections Observation Group, that is ELOG. He was here a couple of weeks ago. Was it a few weeks ago or a few days ago? Mr. Mule Musao, just before the by-elections. Mr. Musao, welcome to Radio Generation once again.
Asante sana.
Yeah, first of all, before we go any further, I know you've not had a chance to look at the reports, but do you think at the very least inflation has really gone up compared to perhaps 2-3 years ago, unemployment, or from where you sit? How is the situation as far as unemployment is concerned and perhaps even the levels of inflation that we're experiencing in the country?
Well, I'll not be able to speak with a lot of authority on this because I like getting information.
Sure.
I like using data. But I think over the last, since, was it 2 years ago, inflation was actually reducing. Now, that suddenly it is spiking up would be very interesting to be able to find out exactly what those factors are.
Right.
The fact remains that we do have some hard times. I mean, when you look at the general environment, even the rains that people have been expecting are not doing as well as they did. We know cost of living has been a thorny issue since 2, 3, 4 years ago. But I have no reliable data that can be able to speak to the fact that we are spiking up in terms of inflation once again. Because actually, the last information we were getting, I think 2 years ago, was that it was starting to come down.
Yes, actually the president said it moved from 9% to 4.5%. And according to Oxfam, they actually agree with that figure. They're saying it's at 4.5% as far as November is concerned. So at least on that particular point, they agree that inflation has gone down. But they also say that this is the number of Kenyans who have fallen into extreme poverty since 2015, 7 million Kenyans who are wallowing
Those are very, very interesting numbers. But I think one of the things that we can be able to say with some level of authority is the fact that the Kenyans feel the weight. If you deal with this from a citizen point of view, I think there's a lot of weight when it comes to the cost of living. I mean, there will be what 1,000 shillings was able to buy a few years ago is not what can be able to buy now. So you can see there's an impact in that particular regard. And I do agree with the fact that I think the wealthy are getting much more wealthier. That has always been the case, and I don't think it has reduced over the last 5-6 years. I think that is something that we still need to keep on looking at, because how we convert natural resources or our national wealth to benefit those at the bottom is still something that the governments which have been coming in place are still grappling with. They have not gotten it right. That bottom-up approach, I don't know whether it is really yet to work the way Kenyans would expect it to. But I hear you go to have the people who are producing this data tomorrow, so perhaps they can explain some more.
Yes, indeed, they will be here tomorrow. Hopefully, then we shall have that conversation in depth. Right now, though, let's just talk about the by-elections. You saw what happened on Friday when we had, was it Friday or Thursday? 27th, Thursday,
Thursday.
When we held different by-elections, 24 positions across the country. What do you make of what happened?
First, there were 22 because two of them went on unopposed. Although I've always had a problem with the issue of unopposed because it can be a conspiracy. I always feel that the people who go who have elections which are not where there is no contestation, they get a raw deal because they don't get to choose. Somebody could decide in a boardroom who becomes the candidate. And one of the things I've always been thinking privately is that we need to have a small referendum in those electoral areas where people determine whether they want that person or not. They can just say it's one person, but they can say, well, if you don't pass a certain threshold of votes, it's like collecting signatures, then you don't pass muster for being their representative.
Then how would that area be represented at the end of the day if the people have rejected the only person who's offered themselves to lead, and no one else wants to stand or rather contest for that particular seat? So wabaki bila MCA.
I don't think in a democratic country you would find that nobody wants to run. Really, it's a conspiracy. Usually most of this is an elite conspiracy. People who sit somewhere and agree. But if for instance, if you're offered a second opportunity and that person still is the one who is willing to run, then so
it's
be
okay.
it for those people, because it means they also don't want to participate in the leadership.
We've had situations in this country where people have been abducted.
Exactly.
Just prior to a nomination, people are abducted, so they actually can't present themselves for the nomination.
Exactly.
So somebody goes in unopposed.
If you remember Kanu,
Paul, you've never come across this.
No, the
City, you've lived in interesting times.
No, it's not just interesting times. I don't think, if you mean interesting times in terms of referring to a longer period, I think it is happening now.
Even now.
Yes. These things, you know what it takes for you to be able to be cleared to become a candidate.
Okay.
You will need, there are certain things you need to do. Among them, if you're going to stand with a political party, is that you'll need to go and get a certificate.
You'll be physically present. You can't send an agent.
Physically present.
Yes.
So if somebody does something just to delay you from that happening, then you're not going to present yourself, and therefore you'll be taken out. And usually, if you have ever checked the political parties and when they hold their nominations, they hold on the last possible day.
Yes.
That and usually that is also to check with each other, check on each other, because they know if this person, if we eliminate this person now, he has the opportunity to run to another party, to party B. So what they do, they nearly all of them hold their nominations around the same times on the last possible hour, so that you don't run anywhere.
Is there a way we can have that changed in law? Such, of course, I'm sure there is a way.
Yes.
Such that even if the last day is, say, today, December 1st, we are allowed until Friday 5th to confirm all these things, and perhaps even
they actually have
do a jig of sorts.
Actually, they usually have a timeline. They are given a timeline up to when they should have finished their nominations. They choose to do it on the last possible day. It's not that there is no debt, but it also does not mean that there is no option. this country allows for independent candidates. So you can run as an independent. You don't have to go to a political party. But the question, of course, becomes if you're in an area where the party is dominant, then you have to tee mwelekeo wa chama. So if you don't follow with the party, then you become an independent. Chances are you're going to be beaten by the other side. Yeah. But those are only 2 elections. There were 22 others, and in the 22 others. We had observers on the ground. There are 2 sides. There are 2 sides of the coin as far as this election is concerned. First, in terms of whether was it a credible, free and fair elections, we don't think so.
Across all the 22,
we don't think so.
Actually, all the 24.
These elections did not come anything close to being credible elections. There were things you could be able to tick and say this went well, especially some of the technical aspects of running the elections, where ABC is concerned. Kwenye kituo, did people come in? Were they identified? Were the teams working? Were there was a counting done in a good way? Were voters allowed the space to be able to do it? Yes, within the polling station. But if you look at this election in terms of what an election should be, an election is supposed to be held in a conducive environment.
Okay.
Violence
is not conducive.
Of any kind is a first parameter that you'd want to use to see whether to assess whether this election is being held or can be trusted.
Okay.
Because the minute you visit violence or create violence across the country or across those electoral areas, you do a number of things. The first thing is that you create tensions, you create you stop people from participating effectively in their campaigns.
Yeah.
There are campaigns where people are supposed to go and listen. There are campaigns where a candidate is supposed to express their issues and sell their agenda to the people. So when you have violence, how do the candidates, how do the people who want to listen into these candidates
interact?
And you remember, I think it was in Kasipul, we even lost a number of people because of violence. So in violence, number one. Number two, the question of incumbency and abuse of incumbency. How many public officials did you see out there campaigning? From the deputy president all the way
to the CSs.
PSs. Everybody, PSs. They were all in the field. They are not supposed to be. They are public servants. Yeah. They're not supposed to be participating in an election.
Even county executive members.
Exactly. They were everywhere. We could see them, and they were very blatant. Nobody was hiding. Maybe the president alone is the only one who at least had behaved in a manner to suggest he was not there. But all the other, most of the other lower levels of the government were out there campaigning, and then voter bribery, how much money was exchanging hands. Remember, among the technical breaches that we were able to identify is the breach on secrecy of the vote, where people were taking photographs of their what they had marked in the ballot paper.
Yeah.
That would mean somebody has sent them and told them, if you need this money, or there must have been some inducement. You need to show us that you actually voted this side, otherwise we'll not give you this. So when you see such things in a by-election, and then we see this other guys called the misbehavior by politicians, especially the so-called super agents.
Yeah.
People moving from one place. Do you know what it means for a village which is elected a member of parliament to see a very big people walking by, and these people don't walk alone. That's where the goons, as Orengo was calling the goonification of these elections, that goons everywhere. Because those big people, those big players don't walk alone. And because it's an election period and there are campaigns all over the country, they also need their own protection. I remember observing something in Ghana where the former President Jerry Rawlings used to walk around with a team of some very muscled young boys, and every time we asked him what are you doing with these people, he says, this is my keep fit session. I'm having a keep fit session. They have these morning jogs. So he says, I'm just doing an exercise, and in fact, he starts, when the cameras come, he starts doing exercises. But we know what they are doing with them. I mean, these are basically boys who are supposed to be clearing the pathways.
Yeah.
These gangs fight each other. They visit violence on remote areas of the country. So it was in short, you can call it a sham election. And if this is the kind of preparation we're going to be having for 2027, then we're going to be in for a very rough ride. So our summary observation is that there were technical things that, in terms of running the show inside polling station.
Yes.
Although we are, like I said, we have a number of issues: the secrecy, breaches of secrecy, unauthorized personnel. There were people very clearly without any accreditation inside a polling station. They were not allowed. They should not have been allowed to get to those places. So,
and that is where you fault the IEBC now.
Yes. So where the IEBC comes to fault is that they never managed the elections and they never ensured that there was a conducive environment for that voting. But the police now come in, because it's not just the IEBC alone. IEBC will be in charge of the actual voting process. Yes. But what is the police? What is the role of the police as far as this?
Keeping the peace.
Keeping the peace. So you need to ensure. You can't have gangs who are carrying rungus, and you can see, everybody can see them passing by. They are fighting, running battles just around the polling station. How do people even come to vote? Apart from Mbeere North, which registered 61% in terms of voter turnout, everybody else was nearly below 40%. Which is a bad showing in terms of ensuring that people have freedom to be able to participate in an electoral process to choose their own leader. So where you have 30%, I think it is Unguja, if I'm not wrong, which had 24% turnout. So 24% of the total voters decide who the member of parliament is going to be for a constituency. I don't think that augurs very well. That is not mandate.
Why do you think that is so, specifically in Ugunja?
I think it's basically first there have always been very low opinions or low interest by people generally for by-elections. There's this political fatigue that people get always.
But we vote once every 5 years.
Yes. But we are always in a campaign mode. I've said this a number of times. This country is always in a campaign mode from the day we lose an election.
From the day we
complete that petition process, and it is called hot air or whatever else it's called. The next day we go back to the streets.
Campaign mode,
Campaign mode. And everybody's campaigning, and people get fatigued. And I remember earlier you were talking about the economy. There are far more greater issues that people want to deal with in this country than just politicking all the time. So generally, there's always a poor interest by elections.
Yes.
People don't give it a lot of attention. But where you create tensions, and you think, I think within the Chama ODM, there have been a lot of tensions. And you can see there's been a lot of internal rivalries.
Yes.
So again, when you infuse those kind of tensions in an area, because you would expect ODM, those are ODM zones, so Gunja, Kasipul, Kabondo, you would expect there would be much more calm, organized, clear, but that was not the case. It was far from it. So
there's something I want to ask you in regards to the violence perhaps we saw. It's like, for a fact it's going to rain. You can see the clouds.
Yes.
So you need to prepare yourself, carry a jacket, carry an umbrella, wear some gumboots, so that when it rains, you are well prepared. But it looks like the IBC, they know indeed it's going to rain, but they don't prepare in any way whatsoever. So for example, let me just speak on the issue of voter bribery, whether we are blaming the IBC or the police. The organs charged with ensuring that process is credible, free and fair, they know we shall have politicians, because this is the more or less the hallmark of Kenyan politics and voting. We bribe people. So this is going to happen, but for some strange reason you just don't.
How do you distinguish between inducing and bribing?
What do you mean inducing?
And treating.
Yes.
What do you mean differentiate?
Because we are saying that voters were bribed. And I'm saying the process of somebody giving and somebody receiving money is what we're referring to here. And I'm asking, at what point is it inducement and at what point is it bribery?
It is bribery.
Because one is an economic activity, the other one is a criminal activity. Which one?
If you, the politician, or the people that you send are not there to bribe me as a voter, because I'm clearly already either I'm on the line heading to vote, or maybe I'm even in my house, because I understand some people are even picked from their houses and told kujeni tutawapeleka, you just make sure you vote, chicken, whatever you'll be given. If you do not come to me, then at no point will I interact with you. No money will exchange hands. But you left your home knowing very well you're coming to Radio Generation to bribe movies so that he can vote for me. So that one is bribery. I don't see any difference there.
Yeah, because you know what we need to look at in this part of this action. For me, it is a question of how does that influence. The word here, I think the word that we need to be employing in this is influence. In terms
choice
of,
that
does it
make.
persuade somebody to be able to make a decision? And remember, why oughting is wrong or is an offense is because of its power to influence, its power to coerce you to do or to make a decision that you would not have made had that ought not been taken or had that money not been given. So that is the angle. Of course, it's not as easy, and I know where City is driving at, because I don't think it's a very easy thing to
but
be able to
isn't
make a
bribe meant to induce.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yes.
At the end of the day, it persuades somebody to make a certain decision, which may not be the decision that they would have made had that inducement not come through. But I think the question is, we have there's an Africanized. I don't know whether there's an Africanization, but there's a way we have naturalized the act of receiving and giving.
Yes.
Even in processes where we may not need to. Even when this thing of when people are saying, for instance, when somebody says, "I got your son a job, let ambuzi," something like that.
Yes.
That can be taken very, very positively, but it can also be taken very negatively at the same time. So I think when it comes to elections, now the question for our question becomes: you go to a village, or a politician comes to a village and pours money to influence a certain outcome. That becomes unfair. Basically, just unfair. I don't think those villagers are complaining about the money.
Complaining?
They're not complaining.
Christmas came early.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think they are complaining in that regard, and they wouldn't even go to court to go and say, or somebody goes to court and says, people are being bribed. The only person who's going to go to court, if there was somebody to say, is a person who did not have the money to give out. And that is where an even playing ground now comes in. Because if somebody is going to become, remember Livondo and the guy was raining money from helicopters. If somebody is going to be doing that in your environment, that's the person you're competing with, it's going to be unfair.
Very unfair.
That is now where what needs to be reined in. It was very blatant, I think, in these by-elections. I think money had really been poured, as usually term it. And there were outcomes which could have been procured through that inducement, and those are the issues I think we need to look at, because if it is not reined in, and how is it supposed to be reined in for IBC and all the other actors to really think through it. The biggest problem for me, and I think we have discussed with City over the years, is a culture of bad manners that our politicians have, because they don't even need to do those things. Somebody can sell their good ideas to the people, but they don't. For them, these political actors, the only way they think Kenyans understand is having some kind of becoming a Mr. Moneybag, who will walk in the village and knowing that the people have problems and they are waiting for Christmas. Then they start handing over, giving handouts. So I think in that regard, it creates an uneven, because the idea of behind an election is to create an even playing field where everybody, whoever wants to become a councillor or an MCA, or you want to become a member of parliament, everybody has access, has the opportunity to talk with the people, to try to sell sera zake. But if you don't do that, or you don't have that opportunity, then it's a skewed environment and it's a skewed space.
Now, perhaps ABC, I don't know if this is whether it's within their mandate, but I'm sure if something happens within the polling station, they have the right to even say, look, election ya Kasipuleo haijaenda sawa sawa, even specifically in this polling station. So we might end up nullifying these results. Are they able to do that?
Who?
IEBC.
IBC has the power to call off an election.
Okay.
Remember, let me take you back. Presidents are there. 2017. Remember the second election. What are you calling it? The fresh presidential election.
Yes, the runoff. If I call it.
Yeah, it was not a runoff, but
it was a runoff.
They nullified the first one.
Right.
In the second one, there were 4 constituencies or 5 which never participated in the vote, which were in Nyanza. And what was the reason for IBC? They said There was no conducive environment to be able to hold elections, because I remember even IBC went to, I think it was Homa Bay.
Yes.
In Homa Bay, where quite a number of the stations of IBC were even burnt down. So they couldn't go there. That's a situation where you can say the election is not conducive in this area. We either defy, in fact the word they used was they deferred that election. But there's somebody who was arguing that IBC should have been taken to court because that after that deferring, they still never
went back to have the election.
Immediately before the election, the presidential election, that was all that. So those constituencies never voted basically. And it was overtaken by time because it was an election of a president. Okay. So you can defer, but then when do they vote? At what point? Because once you vote, then you already made a decision for them. So the IBC had the powers. The police have the powers to be able to say, well, based on our security reports, either we are going to be this, we can control and can ensure that it's a secure elections, and if they feel for one reason or another that violence or the aspect of violence is one which may not be mitigated very easily, they can advise the commission to be able to just call or defer the election until such a time that it is safe. It is safe to be, because we don't need to. There is no election which should make sense if one person can die. Or one person can be harmed in any way. That election does not make sense to that country. Why would we have an election where people have to suffer for it? What
we are saying is that right now we are expecting the IBC in a sensible environment. We expect the IBC to say, by the way, what happened on Thursday, we do not agree with it, and henceforth
IBC cannot do that now. After the ipso facto, can't happen.
They already declared winners.
They declared winners. Now the only thing which can overturn that is a court. So somebody has to go to court. Okay. Somebody has to move.
But on that day, the IBC had the power to say, by the way, what we've witnessed today is a sham.
They can call it off. Yeah. They are the ones handling the election. They can just say, we don't think this election is fair. We don't think there's so much commotion. For instance, if there was somebody invaded some of those tallying centers and there was violence, do you think they would have declared any result? Although, unless they can be able to rehabilitate the polling station results, or they have a separate saving of those results. If you don't have them and somebody comes up and burns the entire place down, how do you declare any result in that? So you'd have to say we're going to call for another election. We're going to prepare another election. So there will be circumstances before and during that can lead to a deferment of that election. Okay. But once the declarations are made, now the onus now moves to any other party.
But as far as electoral malpractice are concerned in this country, one could say that there has been a significant reduction, because we've had, if you look at our history, ballot boxes literally physically disappearing, being found floating on rivers physically. Electricity at a tallying center going off, shots fired into the air, people run off. When they come back, they're more ballot boxes than they were previously. We've had, and in the times when the returning officer was the district commissioner, and from the various polling stations which were in the schools, you had to ferry the ballot boxes to this center on a Land Rover.
Yes.
Some ballot boxes simply didn't get to that tallying center.
Yes.
What I'm trying to say is, when you have a 60+% turnout for a certain constituency, okay, it tells you that what you are saying is negative. The citizens don't agree with you, because if they agreed with you, they would not have turned up. Now, you're talking about people being induced. The process of electioneering is a process of inducement. Unless we have clear laws that determine what a bribery is and what isn't, it determins what can be spent and what can't. And the people who determine it are these people who present themselves for election. They are not going to make a ruling that works against them. Okay? So, the only people who can fight against bribery are the people who receive it. But from what I observe, they're not really, they actually like the idea of being bribed. They don't have a problem with it. The moment you have a citizenry whose very ethos has accepted the process of bribery and have accepted that they can be bribed, the next phase is to demand to be bribed. And we are actually there. It's not that we're not there. There are places where you cannot present yourself as a candidate for any position. People ask you, and the term you use, ile amacho iko. Now,
true.
That is the reality of our politics. So when people say that wrongs were committed, what are the wrongs? The citizenry have embraced bribery. They have accepted it as a way by which we conduct our elections. We have accepted it. There's no story about it. There's no pretending that we haven't. We have. In fact, if anything, we now demand more. So, as for violence, it's a growth industry. It is something that we see. How do you explain the number of pro boxes that were seen in Kasipul? How do you explain 17 young men with crude weapons being arrested? It's a growth. I mean, it's not as though these people walk around with rungus and machetes every day, but for that specific purpose, they were paid and they were told, this is what you need to do. So it's a job that they were given. Okay? In Malava, the same. If you look at, they burnt a vehicle, isn't it? But they didn't just burn it. Reports that there are 2 briefcases were removed from that car before they burnt it. What does that tell you? The industry that we refer to as electioneering involves money. People have understood it involves money. There are those who will look for that money before it's distributed to steal it. Yes. There are those who will wait and present themselves as the people who can now distribute this money effectively. We've had election periods where after the election period, people are looked for in their houses and some were killed. Why? Because it is said they're the ones who have been given money to distribute and they did not distribute. So people went for their money. The electoral process in Kenya cannot change if we do not look at it with the honesty it deserves. We like being bribed. We expect our politicians to bribe us. We also expect our politicians to do as little as possible. That is the reason why we expect them to give us our money in advance, so that even when they do not bring any development, because we assume they bring development, it is okay. We wait for the next election when we can now raise the stakes and they can give us more money. That, in my opinion, is the reality of our politics. Forget these highbrow values that we keep talking about. They're not even aspirational. People simply do not think that way. So if we're talking about change, the question is, what exactly do we need to change? If there is a law that is specific, that's a reference point. And you can say these guys are breaking the law because this is what it states. We banned Harambes. It was outlawed. How did Harambes come back in full force?
The person who outlawed it is the one who's doing it.
My point. Exactly. That is the nature of our politics. There's a do or die attitude that we have, and it's presented by us, the media, because we weaponize this process. All these 24 elections, 20 some, or is it 24? Yes, 24, 22 elections that were taking place, we focused on 2.5. Bere, Malava, Kasipul is the half. And that one people assumed is a foregone conclusion. And yet, we have a situation where a deputy governor of that particular county was at odds with the governor. But there's a history behind it. What am I trying to say? The political situation in this country, when you look at it and then you argue and talk about the ramifications or the implications of this with 2027, that's a media creation. That is my view. We weaponize this thing and just push this agenda of Rigathi Gachagua and Ruto. We just kept pushing that agenda. We did not even pause and say, why are these people not talking about what they're going to do for the people? Why? The agenda setting and the agenda, we fueled this particular discussion that we're now having that revolves around supposedly Gachagua and Ruto. And the citizen who votes is not in that conversation at all.
But you see, if we look at that issue of agenda setting, 2 people are responsible for that particular agenda. Number 1, of course, the media, and number 2, the politicians. If we look at the politicians, there's literally nothing else they're giving. Nothing. If you go and talk to these particular folks, those are the only things those are the only 2 people they're referring to. And specifically in this period of the by-election, perhaps things will change starting today going forward. I don't know. We are yet to see.
Changing from one to one.
The conversation.
Somebody was saying that if you go to a country and you find that the politicians are the ones who are no more known. I mean, people can easily mention the name of a politician more readily than a businessman, a sportsman, a doctor or then that's just a politicized country. And City has a point when he says there are things we have naturalized in our country. But I also agree on the question of the agenda and how the agendas have been set. Because, for instance, nobody, even when people go and meet these politicians, nobody talks to them about exactly what they have in store for the people. Nobody goes and says, the way that Oxfam, yes, data, that it has given some data. Nobody goes and says, this is Malava constituency. It has 2 million people. These are the number of hospitals. These are the number of facilities which have been created, schools which have been created for the people. This is the poverty index for this particular day. What are you planning in the 1.5 years you're going to be a member of parliament? What is your agenda as far as this is concerned? Nobody ever asks these people these questions. What we are thinking about is how Natembea is going to fight with this other person.
The Tawe movement.
How the Tawe movement is going to be. Those are the narratives. We create these narratives, and those narratives become the most important issue. Is if Gachagua is going to lose in Mbeere North, or Kindiki is going to lose in Mbeere North, what does that imply? What if ODM, the independent candidates, becomes the member? What does that imply that the younger Turks are the ones who are taking over, or the party is going to break up? The narrative is never the agenda that there are people, for instance, Banisa, who have nearly stayed for 2 years without a member of parliament, or Magarini, where people have suffered. The finance bills and other bills were being passed without their participation. That is not a question. That is not an issue that we follow up. So I think there's a big conversation that we need to have in terms of the agenda, how we perceive it, how we engage these politicians, and how we need to question the politician. For me, one of the things which was, I was saying this somewhere else. Have you ever realized that all politicians have black hair, even the ones who are 80 years?
It's important.
Yeah, I know. But that's the importance. I mean, they don't look like City here.
Black hair, once you become a politician, it just grows on its own.
There are those who are older than City, but their hair is blacker than mine.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Because they have to keep giving this false image. They use force. Yes, it's a good classification of the kind of characters that we have in our leadership.
Can I be honest about one thing? Because we've hosted both Gava and opposition here. When you host government officials, they will give you facts about what is happening in this area in terms of productivity, in terms of what the citizenry are experiencing, in terms of even matters to do with inflation in development. Then they'll talk. But when you host someone who wears the cap of a politician, whether government or otherwise, my friend, there is nothing else they'll tell you. They'll tell you the government is trying to deliver, but Gachagua is doing this, and then you're like, okay. Then Kalonzo is doing, and then you're like. Then you host another one from a different, but still in the opposition, a different party. Then they'll tell you, but you see also our friends in the opposition. So you find that hakuna kitu ya maana watasema up until the point whereby you actually host someone in Gava. And then now the other problem is when you host someone in Gava, the problem is again peeling back the mask on some of the things that they're saying, because when you get deeper and deeper insight into some of those conversations, it's either they do not want to answer you, or they tell you they're not in a position to give you that particular data at that particular time, or they tell you that one you would need to wait until a certain time for you to get that information. So to answer your question on this whole agenda setting, it is the politicians, unfortunately, who are setting agendas. And when you ask them clearly, what are you as Musau planning to do for your people in Malava County, for example? They will tell you, once I get into government, first of all is to ensure that we undo what was done by the previous government. Sasa wanacheki, it is just impossible to get straight answers from this.
Paul, if we do not bring forth into the public these agendas that are set by politicians, how will people know? That's what I'm saying. We weaponize the agenda.
Yeah.
How can an entire conversation about 24 elections be about just 2.5 constituencies? How? Is it that those people don't matter? And there was one for a senator. It's as though some of these, you and I were looking at these places the other day, isn't it?
North.
Were we not? And you're saying, wait a moment, but there's this place. Did you hear of us in the media saying, for instance, Magarini is known to be an ODM stronghold. Many of these people who are contending at some times or the other were in ODM. But because they didn't win the nomination, blah, blah, blah. Meaning,
They
inform people about what is happening there. So when they look at the elections, they understand it. Let's take a popular place like Mbere. All right? There are two people now who are contending. One had been an MP in that particular area. He was even the AG. Okay? He has a candidate and he has a party. It's called DP. There's another fellow who was, meaning, did you hear us telling the stories of these people so that when you're looking at the elections, you are actually approaching it as somebody who's reading about it from informed position? No, we were not. You look at Kasipul. Were you being told that this gentleman called Magwanga, who is a deputy, had actually been the person who wanted to be governor, and is a very popular politician? He had been a multiple MP, very popular fellow, and he represents, he seems to, people who perhaps don't agree with certain people within ODM. Yes, the little differences that people have. And so when you look at the candidates who are being presented, what they present is this. Do you hear that story? No. So what I'm saying is this. We need to report what politicians are saying, yes, but we have a duty to inform the public a little more.
And the biggest problem actually we've been having since independence for me has always been public education. We have not informed people enough. In fact, if I am asked, every time I'm asked, what do you think we need to do in this country? I always say the biggest deficit is education, the information to the people, information that empowers. You know, people become enabled when they have information. And where we have seen, when Gen Z are part of the public, isn't it?
Yes, they are.
When they sat down and decided to, try to understand the finance bill, understand the Katiba, understand so many other things, you've seen how powerful they became. And up to today, we still have a conversation about them.
Yes.
And that conversation continues. And I'm very sure the politicians will be asking themselves what will be the Gen Z, because the Gen Z's impact was not in these by-elections. They were not part of the register anyway. I think the most excited young people are the ones in the last 2 years who've gotten themselves to the streets. Now they would want to participate politically, but they were not in the register because they were not being the register was not updated in that particular time. So maybe their impact is coming in 2027. But there will be politicians, and you hear them, all of them. When Kalonzo speaks up, he'll be saying, "I'm with the Gen Z." Gachagua will say, "I'm with the Gen Z."
Maraga alisema from day one.
So there are those people that have already identified with this constituency because they know it can be a force and it has a potency of being a game changer. If that will happen, we are yet to see. But the issue here for me is, as City is saying, we have failed to inform the people and give them data and information that allows them to make informed decisions, to become active. And that's why some people, especially the civil society, keep talking about political education. Because political education allows you to understand how to interact with the chief, how to interact with your member of our county assembly, how to interact with the elders, how to mobilize yourselves on an issue and advocate for it. So that is an agency that the people do not have, and many of them don't have. And a lot of the time is the sensational stories which cut the deal. If you go to my village, I think the issue if I find any baraza of people in the market discussing these elections, Gachagua aliangushwa huku, hata hakuna kitu najua, na pande ile nyingine ule tawe, tawe wezani, they'll be, Ruto has ideas, that is a conversation in those, if you walk in the villages.
Yes.
And they call it ubabe.
But why limiting the villages? People have those conversations in town.
No.
Same.
I'm very sure. I'm just trying to create the impact. In the towns, of course, this is very obvious. Yeah. But you go to the village where you would expect some level. They are far flung. They are in the fringe, in the fringes of the country. But these are the guys. That's the kind of conversation. Yeah. It's about. And I think there's this MP who said people. Is it a MP? A politician in these elections said, "Are people like seeing somebody who has bravado?" Those are the selling points. So the one who comes out boasting, strong, who looks like he's wearing the best suit,
that is the best
driving
leader.
The best car, and the one who can fall a giant is an impressive person. But nobody's asking for what. Why do we have the member of parliament? How are they going to interact with our SHA business? How are they going to interact with our school business?
Yes.
That interactivity between the public and this system, nobody wants to breach it. And that is where the issue is for me.
So now, in terms of whose responsibility it is to bring that out, apart from the media, who else does that responsibility fall on?
One of the things, when it comes to elections, I have talked to IBC directly, and I've said, I've told the chair, and even the previous two chairs, I had a conversation. I say, if you cannot become the People's Commission, then you have no business being an independent agency for the people. For me, the agency of IBC, and I know it's there are all this conversation about it being governmental, but you can stake yourself out and become a People's Commission. And one of the things I've even said a number of times is that how many times we see this commission in a meeting somewhere, in a meeting with Njuri Njeke, or in a meeting with the Kaya elders, or in a meeting with Chama women somewhere, because they need to come off from the ivory tower and start having conversations with the people, even just get to understand. Part of the education is just understand what the people are doing, these narratives that we are talking about. If you walk there, and that is just part of it in terms of elections, get out there. If all these agencies, each of them starts moving towards the people. Political parties are another agency which is very strong, but of course, because of their vested interest, they will not really tell the story as it's supposed to be told. So it's supposed to be the public agencies, the government has the ultimate responsibility, but so long as it takes the position of a political government, then it will be prejudiced. But if it was to decide to talk to the people about what they need to do, and they have public officers in the lowest levels who can be able to educate and work with the people, that would be the best agency.
Perhaps then some of that responsibility then also falls on ORPP.
Yeah,
Register of Political Parties.
Although their major mandate is basically much more to do with the dealing with the political parties themselves, the institutions. Their mandate doesn't really extend to the people.
Okay.
Yeah, it's much more of the management of those institutions. They can only ask questions like, have you included people? Does your
But they would only
constitution...
need to ask the parties, not the people.
Yes, because you see, for instance, a very good example is where there is a requirement that a party must be at least have offices in more than half
24 counties
of the counties. See, that is an aspirational number. I don't think our RPP has gone on to ask, okay, we know it's just 24, but you are a national party. Why are you not in the 47? And what kind of programs do you have even inside those offices? I don't think they go to that extent.
Okay.
But there is a need. I mean, it is assumed because you're a political party, and a political party requires members. I was once in the Social Democratic Party.
Okay.
And under the leadership of Nyong'o, Orengo, and others. One of the things that we used to do was to go to villages and try to talk to people about the social democratic agenda. And they would send us, Orengo would send us to a village and tell us, you need to go and hold jembe with a farmer. Actually it was Dr. Apollo Njonjo. He was the one who was very clear-minded about how to engage people.
Yes.
You take us deep into Limuru, into the villages, and you would tell you, I want you to go with a jembe.
Yes.
Because you'll find those guys inside the farm.
Yeah.
And you go there, you're young people.
Yeah.
Lima now, then to have a talk. That was an engagement. That's an outreach. So this outreach by political parties, which does not happen now, is a gap. Outreach by IABC does not happen. It's a gap. The government, civil society attempts, but a lot of the times the civil society will be accused of being elitist, that they're always at the top level only. Although there are quite a number of programs, the other sectors, agriculture, medicine, and all other things, which sometimes they take to the people. I mean, you'll find some of the private hospitals by civil society actors, like in, what do you call it? South Sea. This international organization. Why am I forgetting it? Red Cross, sorry.
Yes, I was going to ask, what do they do?
ICRC.
Red Cross, yes. Utapata kwako, there are places. Remember when we were having, was it hunger in the north? And some people say the only government which is known here is the Red Cross.
When we had Sisi for Sisi,
exactly,
and we collected over 1 billion.
Exactly. So you see, those are civil society actors. they have those outreach programs, but they can't do much on their own. I mean, they also have where the money comes from comes with vested interests. You know, who pays the piper? So again, there are always those questions about why are they doing this and for what reasons. But the government, the media, political parties, the independent agencies, if they had a persuasion to be on the people's side, this agency would grow, in my view.
There's an agency that does what you're saying, but the nature of their business, they don't really have much of a choice. NCIC.
Yes.
They get to talk to people, get to talk to communities, because it is within these communities that the conflict that they deal with are fermented.
Yes.
So they do a great deal of. And when you talk to them and you look at the information they give you, it's hands-on. They're not theorizing. They'll even tell you, this is what we saw here, this is what we spoke of, this is what we said to the people. But the thing that they constantly and consistently complain about is underfunding. Because for these agencies to actually do what they're supposed to do, actually they do need a certain amount of money. And if they don't have that funding, they will not be able to do those very things that they're set to do. Because if, for instance, we ask the 2007-2008 conflict that we had, the internally displaced people that we had, and the issues that arose then, and then the Truth and Justice
Conciliation Commission.
Yes, that was set up. The findings, the Waki Commission, all those things, the Waki Commission, all these things. The question is this. It's always posed as a question, but there's hardly an adequate response. If we look at the findings and implement them, because the findings came with an implementation discussion, would we be in a position to actually have a better country as a result of that? Because we haven't sought to implement whatever the findings were. In fact, the public doesn't actually know about the findings, because the time taken to actually broadcast and say, over this period of time, this is what we're going to tell you about the findings, that has also not been done. So it means that when we are actually witnessing the same problems that brought about that situation, and we haven't done what was recommended we do so that it doesn't happen again, then the likelihood of what we saw happening again is still potent.
You know, that brings to a very interesting point, because one of the things that the Gen Z, when you listen to them very clearly, they usually say, we don't need even to start anything new. And they keep saying, if you just implemented what you have already done, whether there was an investigation, do you have a report, get that report and follow the recommendations. If it was about land, it's about the conflict, it's about the constitution, there are reports. There's a lot of good work which has been done in this country. I agree. City is spot on the NCIC. There are people who have invested a lot of energy and time on getting information on certain things, but that is never sees the light of day. Funding has been a perennial issue, even with IBC. They never get all the funds that they require. I know that's part of the handicap that they get, that does not allow them to be able to get to mashinani like they ought to do. But again, that's a story of us following up. Because that's also where media, civil society, and others can follow up and say there was this Truth and Reconciliation Commission. There is a report, and even begin unpacking some of the issues, if they can be able to get their hands on that report, unpacking some of the issues that ought to have been undertaken. But also one of the other things that we also have to wonder about, in my view, is the question of the tenure of the 5-year tenure. I always say there's a disruption which is unnecessary. That we have a 5-year political tenure where the government sets office. It's supposed to have some policies that it's supposed to implement. It hopes it will get a second term so they can be able to complete, because if a 5-year cycle is still not enough to be able to implement. But we don't play mature politics. We don't play the kind of mature politics that would expect that if there are ideas which are started, we want to see their completion.
Yes.
So what we do is that we are first, when a government is elected, we start fighting it. There are those who will start fighting it because they want to be the ones in office. That becomes disruptive by itself. The government also, because it's not sure about whether it's going to come again, also starts having its own internal disruptions, because it also does not now focus on the long term, or does not even want to look back at what has been done by the previous leadership to continue so to be able to complete. So everybody wants to come with their own idea of what they can do within 5 years. That truncated thinking, in my view, stops a lot of the pursuit of moving the country forward.
Yeah.
We need to be looking at, if, for instance, I think somebody talked about, there was this conversation about Vision 2030. Was it a Kibaki agenda? What did Huru do about it?
Yes.
What is Ruto doing about it?
Yeah.
Everybody seems maybe to have their own idea of what their development plan could look like. That is not a way to develop a country. A country has to have an idea of where it wants to go, and everyone must contribute towards it.
Yeah. Where, as we perhaps come to a conclusion as far as this is concerned, so what are we saying then about 2027? What we saw on Thursday, does it reflect in any way what we expect in 2027?
This is what I've seen from my trends and as an observer. In 2021, we had some very serious by-elections in Matungu, in Hell's Gate. I remember there were quite a number of them. Serious violence was visited. In fact, the statement, when I was reading our statement from those elections, it was nearly a replica of the one that you are now writing, because it's about the same issues: voter bribery, violence, goons, a lot of bloodshed. But what happened in 2022? Did we see the same level? So I think there is this trend which now seems to be emerging, that by elections, since nobody pays a lot of attention to them, then everything goes. By the time we turn out to the main election, a lot of the and remember, these are only 22 electoral areas.
Yes.
In the national election, you have 1,881 electoral positions, including the presidency, and you'll want to have everybody spread all over. Those guys who have all the time to go and campaign in Mbeere and Malava will be fighting for their own lives somewhere. So I think because of the dispersal of effort across the country, I wouldn't expect the same level of violence.
Okay.
But what we need, especially from an IBC point of view, is that as a referee and as a manager of elections, they need to put their foot down. Okay. To ensure that if there is code of conduct by political parties, it might be adhered to. There was an attempt to fine Kasipul Kabondo aspirants. I mean, they were fined, but that was not enough. I think we need to start disqualifying. They need to start disqualifying candidates, disqualifying political parties.
Raise the stakes.
Yes, raise the stakes. Because if they don't do that, then chances are somebody will just decide, if we did this in the by-elections, maybe we can do it even in the main election, which will be catastrophic. So in my view, I think IBC needs to stamp the authority on managing electoral processes in the country. And then all the other vitengos, vitengo hizo vingine, kitengo cha polisi, idara ya polisi, they have to up their game. This is a political, they know, yes, of course, politics, elections are political processes, but they need to play their role.
We're actually saying something with CT here. As the by-elections are going on, when you see some of those CSAs walking into the polling station, and it's almost like
without badges even.
It's like they are on campaign mode. Well, some of them were voting, but you can see it's like they're almost in campaign mode. Wanasalimia wananchi. And I was like, sasa, which cop here? Because they're working with cops, even uniformed ones.
Exactly.
No one is telling this Mheshimiwa anything. No one is arresting this Mheshimiwa. No one is even telling him, hey bro, can you just vote and bounce if you are voting? So that's the country we live in. Na hiyo idara umesema, hicho kitengo cha polisi umesema, perhaps we need to have a conversation with them.
Exactly.
Like, properly.
Exactly.
Shida yao ni saa zingine hata wakikuja kuketi mbele ya microphone kama hii, wanakwambianga there are things we can't say because of national security reasons.
You say a very good point. Remember when Kaluma was saying that he lost his gun? Is it when a member of parliament says, I've lost my gun in the scuffle? How many guns are inside that polling station? So, even as a policeman, you're also wondering, how do I act? Yeah. These people walk around with their bodyguards. Some of them have guns.
Some of them are private.
Security guards.
Yes.
The members, these big people have guns, all of them. What do you do with these people? And we are in a tense environment.
Yeah.
So I think the way, and that's why the management for me comes in, police come in, the IBC comes. They have to still sit with all these people and the political parties. And they have to rein in on them and tell them you cannot create this kind of environment. It becomes unmanageable.
Yes.
But I'm also saying, as my last point, if IBC feel they cannot be able to manage an electoral process because of the tensions which have been created, whether by others or by goons, but in a manner that they cannot be able to conduct free and fair elections.
Yes,
they should defer that election.
Thank you. Thank you, Mule Musau. That's where we come to an end as far as this conversation is concerned. But don't go too far. We have the news. Then when we return, of course, the conversation, also taking a political turn, continues. Right now, though, here's the news with Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Nairobi County has recorded the highest number of new HIV infections. Data from the National Endemic Disease Control Council shows that in the last year, new infections have risen by 19%, up from more than 16,750 to over 19,990. 10 counties, namely Nairobi, Migori, Kisumu, Homa Bay, Busia, Siaya, Kakamega, Nakuru, Mombasa and Bungoma accounted for 60% of all new HIV infections in 2024. Nairobi County led with 3,045 new infections, followed by Migori at more than 1,570 and Kisumu at over 1,340. The National Police Service and the National Transport and Safety Authority have cautioned motorists against fueling a preventable national tragedy through drunk driving. The agencies are also cautioning against speeding and outright defiance of the law during the festive period. Speaking during a road safety concert in Nairobi, NPS and NTSA say Kenya is losing lives not to accidents but to road indiscipline.
We have prepared enough that our officers will be there on the ground to check whether the vehicles, whether those public service vehicles are carrying excess, whether the vehicles are roadworthy.
We'll be issuing the checklist for what violations will lead you into problems. We'll not be out to really do the cat and mouse kind of game, but a bit proactive, that you get to know what you're supposed to do.
For the drivers who will be contravening, those who will be drunk, those who will be driving on our road while drunk, those who are going to carry excess, the fine will be stiff.
A Kisii member of parliament is on the spot for allegedly attacking a man at a restaurant last Thursday. CCTV footage shows the MP walking into the establishment with two other individuals before proceeding to assault the man. Omariba Moriasi, who was seated in a corner having a meal, Moriasi, who has since reported the matter to police, claims the lawmaker attacked him over what has been described as a love triangle.
Stormed in directly to me, shouting, lazima utaniheshimu, alleging that I'm having an affair with one of, or rather with his girlfriend. Then he started beating me. He was accompanied with his bodyguard and another person. So there was a scuffle. We reported at Kisii Central Police Station.
At least 146 people are now known to have died in the devastating fire that tore through high-rise buildings in Hong Kong on Wednesday. Police announced the new death toll on Sunday, cautioning what they cannot rule out the possibility of further fatalities. There are still 150 people missing, and the blaze left 79 injured. 7 of 8 tower blocks at the Wang Fok Court housing complex in the northerly Tai Po district rapidly went up in flames. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. The Olympic and world champion Emmanuel Wanyonyi has been named the world World Athletics Male Track Athlete of the Year. The announcement was made during the World Athletics Awards Gala held in Monaco on Sunday night. Wanyonyi edged out American sprint star and Olympic 100 meters champion Noah Lyles in the final vote, securing one of the sport's most coveted honors. The recognition caps a remarkable rise for the Kenyan sensation, who has firmly cemented his dominance in the men's 800 meters. Striker Mikel Merino scored a crucial equalizer against 10-man Chelsea as leaders Arsenal moved 5 points clear at the top of the Premier League. The game's big moment came in the 38th minute when Chelsea midfielder Moises Caicedo was sent off following a video assistant referee review for a late tackle on Merino. But 10-man Chelsea took the lead shortly after halftime when Trevor Chalobah's flicked header from a corner looped over David Raya and into the bottom corner. Arsenal leveled 11 minutes later when Spain international Merino headed in Bukayo Saka's cross. And that's your sport update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Radio Generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome back. This is the People's Breakfast on 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 FM in Mombasa. That's Radio Generation. My name is Mungala Mbuvi na niko naye kakabraza hapa anajulikana kama City Muga. City, yesterday my team played against a team called West Ham and we managed a win for the first time in a very long time.
Ile team inaitwa
Liverpool, yes. Tulicheza na West Ham tukaweza kujitetea 0-2.
Sawa.
Yeah. Wana Chelsea ambao walipatiwa red card katika kipindi cha kwanza cha mchezo wao
katika mchuano
wao ndio walimanage pia kutoka 1-1 with the team they were playing. Chelsea walikuwa wanacheza against nani? Playing against someone, but yeah, so they managed to at least get 1-1, which is a good thing. Other teams played. Manchester United, for example, won their game yesterday. Chelsea walikuwa wanacheza na Arsenal. Yes, nimekumbuka. Arsenal were not very happy, and I understand why.
Arsenal lost.
They didn't lose, they drew. So that means they were able to gather 1 point yesterday for themselves, which is a good thing. But big shout out to my team. Yesterday, tuliweza. But you can't compare West Ham to perhaps another bigger team. So the next time we meet
West
a big
Ham
team,
is not a big team.
It's not as strong as I would say Manchester City is, for instance, or Newcastle. So when we meet these teams, I hope we actually perform.
What determines the size of a team? When you say it's a big team, what does that mean? Number of followers, what is it? The sort of money they have in the bank.
Okay, in this context, what I meant is a big team is a strong team, a team that we can actually...
A team that has won title many times or features in the European contest.
You could also say in that sense.
Something
yes.
like that.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
But size is the standard. 11 players pale ndani.
And then has players who are known.
And then, of course, big-time players. Yes. So when you say a big team, let me mention maybe 5 big teams. Liverpool is a big team. Arsenal is a big team. Manchester City and United, those are big teams. Chelsea is a big team. Tottenham is currently also a big team. Newcastle is a big team. When we cross borders from England, we go to a place like Spain, Real Madrid, Barcelona, Atletico Madrid. Those are big teams. Ukienda sehemu ya Italy, for example, kuna majamaa wanajulikana kama Inter Milan, a big team. So big teams ni zile huko zinachezanga vinoma, zina score a lot of goals.
Zimetia fora.
Bas.
Yes,
Acha tusalimie watu kadhaa hapa hivi before we introduce our next guest who I understand is almost coming in. We have Wanjala saying good morning CT and Paul, tuning in from Tuda in Mombasa. Welcome Mr. Wanjala. My take 2.1 anasema unga was 250, it's now 140. Tomato is 5 shillings. Sugar used to be 400. Cooking oil was way up there. Compare the prices. Mbuvi, mimi sijui unaishi dunia gani. Mimi huwa sinunui unga haswa. I actually mjaribu upanda mahindi, so zangu huwa nasiaga. I have enough unga to last me another planting cycle. Yeah. But yeah, so now I'm being schooled here that unga is now 140. Good. But I think I was at the supermarket, I think yesterday. Now, kuna some brands, of course, that are more than 140. I think I saw one for 250.
Yes,
but those are the luxury ones.
Luxury, so.
No, but you get what I mean.
Yep.
Kuna, of course, there are some brands that are
unga ni unga, bro.
Ni mahindi. Siati kuna moja imesiagwa, lakini kuna zingine ziko fortified sijui with what vitamins and added sijui who, where, how and when. And yet if you take sukuma wiki and you take your apples and you take your pineapples, you still get the same vitamins. But anyway, they say they're fortified, so they are fortified. Yeah.
Is there fruit which isn't bougie that has good vitamins? Because apple is definitely bougie.
No, nowadays apples are all over city.
So what? You think everybody
like
can afford apples?
Where I live, an apple is I think 40 bob.
40 bob is a lot of money, man.
Okay.
When it gets to 10 bob, tell me.
Yeah. Where do you get apples for 10 bob in this country? Because I would like to buy them in bulk.
I'm saying when they get there. This tomato for 5 bob.
Yes.
I'd rather eat that one.
Yeah. Tomato for 5 bob.
Where 5 bob, the nutrients I'm going to get from eating that tomato.
Where I live, again, you can get a tomato for 10 shillings, a single one. But if you buy in bulk, depending on the market, of course, ukienda for instance, ukienda Mulolongo market, you can get much more for much less.
Yes, so I am simply... See, tomato is a fruit.
Tomato is a fruit.
Precisely. So if I can't eat an apple, I'll eat a tomato. Because it costs less.
Okay.
Yes.
You can also chew, by the way. If you want some of these vitamins and other minerals such as carotene, you can get them from carrots. Nyanya pia inakuanga na carotene. It's what gives it that red hue, both for carrots as well. That red hue-ish color you see for tomatoes and carrots, it's a mineral called carotene. Very important also for the development of other amino acids in your body. So check that out. And then we have Kenson Mugolo. Kuna mtu alikuwa amenipatia mpaka bei ya nyama hapa. I hope ndaona hiyo message ya nyama. Alikuwa amesema ananuanga kilo ndio hiyo. Wacha kwanza nisome ya Kenson. Kenson Mugolo amesema unga sahi is between 130 to 140 depending on the brand. Yes. Kenson Mugolo. Then Kilo Zulu Delta amesema a kilo of beef is now 800 bob. Okay. A kilo of beef kwetu inakuanga how much? I think a kilo is about 750. So yeah, 800 bob is more or less the amount. Aya. City, do you buy meat?
I do.
Okay. Do you buy in bulk or you also buy
bulk?
When you need like a kilo, you just go for a kilo.
Bulk, no.
You don't buy like, unajua kuna watu wanaingia supermarket anasema nikatie ng'ombe nusu yote and then now portion it into probably half a kg portions.
Yes, you need to have people who are going to eat it in like something like around 10 people. I don't have 10 people who want to eat.
Yeah, because I also don't consume
on every given day.
I don't consume meat on a daily, so I prefer buying it fresh. I prefer just going and say get me that part, cut for me that other part, hivyo. But ile unanunua unaweka kwa fridge, because you know that will tempt you to wake up at 2 a.m. and just boil meat and eat. Yeah.
And you don't want to succumb to temptation.
No, I don't want to.
Okay.
Clarividente amesema watching from Iowa in the United States.
Uko mbali bro.
Iowa ni mbali sana Clarividente. Karibu tena sana kutoka Iowa. Then my take is back here saying when you hear the crazy figures and blatant lies peddled regarding inflation, you actually realize how there's a lot of misinformation out there. Ati nyanya ni 20 bob. Kwani ni village market? I don't think kuna mtu amesema nyanya ni how much exactly. But I remember at the beginning of the show we said, for example, if you bought nyanya at 10 shillings, perhaps you are now currently buying it at 20 bob. But we never said that is the exact price, my take. But thank you for that observation. Wealthy Mindset Corner nasema happy new month, folks. Yes, indeed, Wealthy Mindset Corner, happy new month indeed. So this issue again, like we said, tomorrow hopefully we have invited Oxfam to come on over. They have responded and said they will come. We do hope nothing comes up and they might not all honor that particular invite, but I am certain they will, because they will come and explain to us, and it is in the best interest of Kenyans to understand how exactly we have arrived at some of these figures, where they got them from. Did they collaborate with other agencies, for instance, to come up with these particular figures, who they spoke to, because sometimes, you know, we have people living in this country but they're not Kenyans, So let's find out if indeed they will come and give us that particular info. Also coming in a few minutes is Mheshimiwa Elachi. She's almost here. That is supposed to be our guest for this particular hour, and when she arrives, definitely the conversation shall take shape, and we shall get down to business and talk about some of the things that are plaguing this country, and especially some of those that we have discussed with Mr. Musawa from ELOG in the previous hour, not limited to, of course, the by-elections. So she's going to be here to talk about the garbage menace in Nairobi, and perhaps other issues, because let's not forget that at one point she was the speaker of the Nairobi County before she moved on to other spaces as well. So huyu anakuja, wacha tuongelele akishafika hapa. But now that she's on her way, some of the things that she's known for, CT, is been very vocal on some of the issues that are touching on, number one, Nairobi County, and of course touching on her party. And a few of the times she has actually rubbed wrongly with netizens, online people just, bashing her for some of the comments that she has made. But it's kaida, it's being human. At the end of the day, you will say things that not everyone likes, and sometimes what you've actually said is also not good. But at the end of the day, we listen, we talk, and we move on.
Being a member of parliament in the county of Nairobi is a very challenging thing. I mean, a member of the National Assembly representing a constituency, it's a very challenging thing, because some of these problems are immediate. And sometimes one looks at the county and one looks at some of the areas.
Yeah.
You wouldn't probably even understand that that particular area is in a city that is as glamorous as Nairobi, just because of the poverty levels that you see there.
Yeah.
And the dire situation that the citizens who you find in that geographical area constantly facing. It's something that one sees.
Yeah.
One of the beautiful things about having a member of parliament, or even an MCA, member of a county assembly, speaking about their representation, they then give you a fairly comprehensive understanding of the geographical area that they superintend, with the political position that they've been elected into. And it makes you understand, one, the diversity of existence, economic existence that people have in a rich county like Nairobi.
Yeah.
And it also points to the need that is there for people to gird up their loins and to... that's biblical.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And to ensure that they actually get whatever it is that they're elected to do done.
Yeah, so Beatrice Elachi is a member of parliament for Dagoretti North constituency. Hiki kiti alikitaka kwa muda, and I believe we are currently in her constituency, right? We are in her constituency.
Maybe. I get confused about these things.
This must be Dagoretti North.
I said, I think so. But I get confused about boundaries.
Nani alikuwa kuna, I think it is Fanya Mambo Kinodia who told us that this constituency also extends all the way to State House. So perhaps Beatrice could be the president's member.
So which constituency does Fanya Mambo want to vie for?
Fanya Mambo wants
South.
If I remember well, yes, he wants to contest it out with the current MP. I think that's KJ.
Yes,
John Kiari. Yes, so he'll scare it out with John Kiari. Wish him all the best. But yeah, let's talk about this constituency. So when you're campaigning, and this is something I'll ask her when she gets here, huku una campaignia nani haswa?
What do you mean?
In this particular area, because from how I'm looking at it, a lot of the folks around this place are probably in their, do we call it middle income category?
Yes.
Who apparently, I understand again from statistics, that these folks they really don't bother themselves with voting, for instance. They vote, but from what I understand, not many of them do.
I've lived in this area for a very long time. And all the polling stations I vote at, It is St. George's Primary School. Man, that place gets filled. Early in the morning, before I figured it out, I thought it was at Kilimani Primary once upon a time, a long time ago, till I found out, because you go there and told no, actually you are supposed to vote here. People go to vote. My neighbors would go out to vote, so I know they vote.
Did you ever meet Mheshimiwa Elachi on her campaign trail?
No.
Any other politician?
No.
So they never told you what they will or will not do for you?
I'm actually not interested in what they will do or not do.
What are you interested in as a voter in this area?
Just to vote.
That's it?
Yes. The thing is this thing that people normally claim as the voting pledges and promises. So what are you going to tell me? You'll bring electricity. We have electricity. You're going to bring water. We have water.
Yeah.
Security. We have security.
Oh, wait. Let's get back to electricity. Electricity in this area is not as
No.
as
I live
stable.
here. I live here and I'm telling you I don't have a problem.
But it's not as stable. Do you agree?
I don't agree.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem. So this problem which I don't have, which you seem to believe I have, what is it exactly?
I've not said you have it. I'm just saying electricity in this area is
which particular area?
Hii Dagoretti North yenu hii. Sana hii barabara yenye tunafanya kazi huku. Electricity every single time
I don't live on this road, Chief.
I know. Every single time I'm driving up and down this road, not every single time, but some of the times I drive up and down this road, considering I've only been working here for 6 months now, perhaps 7. Nasikianga tu majenereta zimewaka.
Paul, so be it. Those who have those problems have them. I don't have those problems.
Okay.
So this thing that somebody's going to campaign today, the very campaign, the campaign promises that people make, and the content,
yes,
and the things they want to do, you can't do them because they already exist. They've been done. You understand?
I would expect the person, Beatrice, for example, I would expect her to tell me that if I were a resident of this area, I would like to ask her, Mheshimiwa, what are you going to do about this electricity situation around here? Stima zinashindanga zikipotea.
Well, then she'll be here, ask her.
My landlord keeps on telling me that lazima tuongeze service charge because pesa ya generator ya kununulia generator mafuta inashindanga ikiongezeka.
Paul, as far as I'm concerned, I vote because it's a duty I feel I have.
Yeah. So you don't feel the need to hold this to account?
No. If it isn't for this work that I do, I would never have met Beatrice Elachi. As for the MCA, again, if it wasn't for the work I do, I would not meet those people.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not involved in campaign processes. My participation is the voting.
Okay.
I'll be told this is your MCA. I'll say good for him. I have never met the MCA.
I do not. Then how do you vote for these people that you've never met?
To just vote. Kwani must I look at the picture and say this guy looks like a nice fellow.
Wait a minute. That's how you vote, City?
Yes.
Okay.
Am I not allowed to just vote? Because
no, at the end of the day, look, you've done your part as a citizen. Yeah.
Look, I don't know any of these people here.
Umeenda umepiga line kule St. George's.
Yes.
Ukaangalia this fellow is handsome.
They don't rush you. It's not that he's handsome. Looks like
this lady is beautiful.
No. This person looks like they need this job. Yes, that sort of thing.
So unaangalia unasema huyu
mzee hii kazi
hii nywele yake ni kubwa. Let me vote for you at least apate pesa ya kinyozi.
Something of that sort. There are others I vote for.
Yes.
Because I've heard of them. I know who they are.
Yeah.
So
you vote for them because of at least this effort they've put in.
Yes.
Publicizing themselves.
This 6-piece vote I never do.
Yeah.
I look at the individuals. Okay.
Yeah.
I may vote for this person because one, I like that party and I'll vote.
Okay.
Others I don't know them, but I'm looking and I'm saying, let me vote for him. That's, as I said, that is my logic.
Yeah, that is CT Muga.
Yeah, that's my logic, yes.
All right, sawa. I mean, that's you. Let me tell you how I vote. Me, I vote because, number one, it's either you made effort for me to know you through a poster. B, I have seen you on an interview somewhere such as here on Radio Generation. So I've listened to you and I'm like, okay, I think I like the kind of logic you're putting out. Or B, I am voting for you because we could be related.
But those are good reasons. If I was voting in my rural home or the constituency that is part of the rural area I come from, then I will use those terms.
Yeah.
And chances are I would know the MCA.
Yeah.
I would know the MP. I would know the governor.
Yeah.
I would know the senator. Okay.
Like the time I voted for my uncle and he actually won. He was vying that time. MC alikuwa anaitwa kansala. Na alikuwa anaitisha kiti cha ukansala na nikampigia kura kwa sababu alikuwa anataka kuwa kansala. Na akaweza kushinda ile nafasi ya kansala.
Okay.
Na nilimkampenia pia.
Good for you.
And the others I voted for because I actually saw the direct benefit in terms of where I live, the people that we live with. Walikuwa wanasaidika through the various projects this particular person had. So me, I'll vote for you because I actually know the kind of things you will do. If I do not know you on that ballot paper, I'll just look at it and be like,
the things you will do, that one comes in when I'm looking at a governor.
Oh.
Yeah, they are more visible, and I pay more attention to their history. So I will look at what it is that I've seen you do over time.
Yes.
And that's why I'll vote for you. Yes.
All right. So, let me see. Who else here? What have I done now? On X has an opinion as far as our conversation is concerned. Oh, na mheshimiwa amefika. And I guess we just get down to business and have this conversation as we had planned to. So, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Like I said, the MP for Dagoretti North constituency, Mheshimiwa Beatrice Alachi, is in the studio to have this conversation with us. We want to focus on a few issues. So, Mheshimiwa, karibu tena sana. All right. Mheshimiwa, good morning. Welcome to Radio Generation.
Thank you. You're here.
Yes, indeed. I am here.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Tulitoka pande zingine tukakuja huku.
Naona. Munisamee. I know I was to be in by 8. But I'm telling you, it's been it's a bad week, and it has been. But it's not bad.
Right.
We are breathing.
Wanasemanga better late than never.
Okay.
Yes. So karibu tena sana.
Asante.
All right. Let's get down to business. I wanted to get your insights as far as the by-elections on Thursday last week were concerned. Do you think that we had free and fair, credible by-elections?
Oh dear. In elections, when they are done, don't ask whether they were free or fair.
Okay.
Because there are many things you have to look at, not at the election time, but even before. Even before.
Right.
And you realize these elections were in very strongholds. So sometimes you will find it's a do or die something, or you find after the nominations. But I realized even after the nominations, it was very, it had very strong competition.
Right.
So first for me, I want to congratulate all, even the MCAs who competed in this election, because it was not as easy as one would think, but also to really appreciate our chair, Gladys Wanga, for Kasipul. Because for me, I didn't understand this Kasipul.
Yes.
Maybe City one day will tell us. Kasipul. What is this in Kasipul that it's not this by-election. It's not even when Ongundowere was there.
Yeah.
It's a history of very tough competition and bad blood. In all their campaigns, they must go through that process.
Go back to the time when they had a gentleman called Onyanga Yodo, who was even a minister in the Kenyatta government. And there is a certain way that certain people in certain parts of Luo Nyanza conduct themselves and conduct the elections.
Yeah.
South Nyanza, specifically Homa Bay County, was always seen as an opposition zone because of the conflict that existed between Jaramogi
and Tomboya.
Yes, or what was assumed to have been the conflict.
Okay.
So if you start your history from there, it is not difficult. And then there are clan issues, as usual.
Yeah.
And then in this modern time that we are here, this one you will know.
Yeah.
There are people who supported the Kenya Kwanza government.
Yes.
And they come from that particular region, that place.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then there are those like the deputy governor.
Yes.
Who it is said was asked to step down so that Gladys Wanga could actually vie. And it is argued that he was the popular one. I am talking about perceptions here.
Yeah.
These are not facts.
Yeah, I know.
Okay? So that is, if you take that background and then
Yeah.
you have an election,
Yes.
and then you look at broad-based,
Yeah.
and you look at people who are already in their own personal broad-based before the broad-based,
Yes.
I think you can see the stage has been set for the conflict that you saw.
Well, yes. So I thank God the historical one, but then also to thank Baba in heaven for that time thinking well when they were now trying to bring in the candidates. And really thanking the president because you see in Magarini, it is the president who reorganized and they agreed with Baba that we step down the candidate of UDA and bring in the candidate of because it's an ODM zone, we just help support ODM.
Yeah.
And lessons learned that I think for us as ODM we must learn. It is that there is purpose in everything. That Luo Nyanza is going to be a very, very competitive region in 2027.
Okay.
I love the structures that we have for the party. And I can tell you, I could look at, you see, politics, you play the game, you play all this hyping. When you meet 1,000 people, your vote there is just 5 or 6. Trust me. Oh, yes.
Out of 1,000 people.
Out of these 1,000 people, 100 might be now your vote because you have to go and sit down and reorganize. And we went back to Kasipul, sat down with the Governor Wanga, and put in 1,200 mobilizers. Each of them was to deliver 30 people. Because when people tell you, I have 200 people, tell him, go and vie. You have 200 people.
By all means.
By all means. Please vie. You will be an MCA. So nobody has. People have that perception. They will give you perceptions. But now when it comes, that's why if you have them, when we are doing nomination, why are we we're in nomination, you only, people come 1,000, 2,000. If you have the people, why is it in your nomination alone? You can't even get 600. And you are somebody, you say you have the people. So you see how those politics are, and people must learn. People have to start learning that this game is a game you must sit down and reorganize properly yourself. And ODM has a good structure of mobilizers and delegates.
Okay.
Now the delegates are used in terms of agents. So you see already, but you see, that is the same thing that hit us because in some regions they don't know how to organize that. It's only in Nairobi where we have, and not the whole of Nairobi. I learned the game when I went to campaign so much in Nyanza, how the structure is good. But in Nairobi you find our constituency, Dagoretti North, might have a very good structure, but you find in another place, they don't have mobilizers, they only have delegates.
Okay.
That way, it can be very, very tough. And even in Magarini, when we went the second time, now when we were just campaigning, we realized, hey, our candidate is not doing well. Then we relooked at the structure and we realized, so you sell them. You put them into cells and cluster.
Okay.
And that's what now happened. And then now you bring in other people to support you.
Right.
So in terms of going forward, I think for you, one of the things you must, whether you will like the president, you don't like him, trust me, in planning of the last mile, leave it to that guy. And his team knows, and he doesn't mince his words. And he puts in a structure, he puts in his own tallying center, he puts in everything. You will be saying your things there, his teams that he has put on the ground are giving him a very different result, and you are wondering, we are on the same, because you haven't seen what he has. So he knows. And so the other thing I realized is that the governors, and this is something that is going to play a lot, this time round are going to ensure the MCAs they want, they will campaign for them. So you realized even where we had very good, I'm telling you, I went all the way to Nanam, 25 kilometers closer to Sudan border with Governor Wanga. And we had a good man there, Hamid Yusuf, very young Turkana, but a man who is a future of that place. But because he was in ODM and he didn't have a governor, and our governor is ODM there, but decided now to move on, I'm telling you, this politics, we just lost him. But lost him with when you look at the vote, you realize he had 750, and you, governor, with all your strength, just got only 1,400. Are you seeing? So those are some of the dynamics that we have to look at, that the governors will be very instrumental in having the MCAs that they want.
Okay.
And lastly now, what IEBC, IEBC tried a bit city. I know you are wondering what tried, but at least even calling them and fining them and telling them this is not good in terms of conflict, and making sure they follow the schedule. You see, one of the things they were very strict on is a schedule. That why are you in this area? Yet when you brought your schedule, you said on this date I'll be campaigning here, so that your competitor can be in another area, and so that you don't meet and clash every time. And they were very strict on that schedule. So I'm hoping going forward they will push us, number one, to have schedules, number two, to try and reduce this issue of young people just slashing each other. I am not understanding that one. And I want to plead to the young people that, you see, you slash each other, kill each other, people just move on. Your parents are left wondering, how did we lose this young man? In what purpose and why? And that is something that we need to really speak to the young people. That when you're in this camp, stick on that camp. This thing of saying, oh, I'll go to city, nipate kidogo, nirudi kwa, and even politicians must stop it. If you see somebody has aligned himself to that camp, leave them. Yes, you continue looking, making sure you look for votes. But somebody who has really aligned, unless the person comes openly and say, now I am back on this side, then that's a different game ball. But this one of there, and and then you want to take them, and then you want to use, no. Let people align to the people they feel. I believe in this ideology, let me stay there. And you believe in this ideology, stay there.
That's democracy.
That will work.
Mheshimiwa, the garbage menace in this country, in this county, specifically Nairobi, has refused to go away.
I know.
What are you going to do about it? Because it's now becoming, that sore thumb that is sticking out.
You see, now let me be very honest today. And I know people will not like me, but let me be honest. When I was Speaker of Nairobi County, we came up, Waithira Shega gave us a very good law. It penalizes how you deal with your garbage. And it ensures you can clean 10 meters around either your kiosk or your house or anywhere. Just 10 meters must be clean. And we thought the county will enforce it to help them. I know we will blame governor because the buck stops with him, but I think also his officers, and these are officers who you found during Kidero's time, and Kidero found them during Kanjo's time, and they are still there. I think that is what has ailed this Nairobi, that nobody has been able to clean fast and bring in people who will now stop thinking Kanjo, the way Kanjo we used to run and do this, and that's what we still do, but come in with a new county way of style, the way Anyang was able to just slowly by slowly, he has been able to hold grip of now Kisumu County and make it clean at how it is. And then the other challenge is that we look at both sides. So City will tell you on the Eastland side, if things were done properly in the estates that were old estates, people knew there is need of cleanliness. But now again, after the parents left, the children have just become, they've left everything. You look at it, even just painting your own house, it is yours because it's no longer so much a Kanjo house. You've lived in it 30 years, 40 years, just painting it and making it habitable for yourselves. It's so difficult. But then you find most of them decided to have also rental houses. So you have rental houses around Akanjo house that is 1,200 or 3,000, which you never pay. But here you are earning like 400,000 or 200,000 per month, free.
From that land.
From that land. So why can't you make it clean? Why can't you just make it a place where you know you will be strict to your tenants, they must have a place and collect garbage, and people pay for that garbage. So why is it that it can't be picked? But now let's come back to the county itself. So now when everything has been picked and they have now decided, garbage will be paid, there's a collection point. I think that's where now we have a big challenge. Biggest.
What is the challenge, Mheshimiwa?
No, the challenge is just coordination. I mean, you can't tell me it's resources because you have a year budget, an annual one. There's resources you've put in for your collection of garbage.
Yes.
And so you just need to ask yourself. And if you feel it is difficult, then change the strategy and say the same way garbage is collected in Kilimani, in Keleleshwa, use the same. Let the vehicle go into the Tuesday or Thursday and let just people pay for that garbage. But negotiate with the people who collect that garbage and tell them, in these other areas you collect, maybe we pay 300 per month.
Yes.
This side, just charge them 150 or 200 because they will pay. But now when you give the young boys, which is okay, you've given them a source of life, but then now you're not, you don't finalize that part. Because for me, I'll tell you, I closed one collection point at Muslim. I'll tell you, this should be the 6th or 5th month. And I told them, I have removed the boys. We've told them to go and do a different business. We have closed the place.
Yes.
Now collect for us the garbage that is there. It has just been there until you feel so frustrated. We did Gitanga Road. You find this young, but also Kenyans, we have a very bad, I'll say we have impunity of the highest order, because the people who you find doing all those things are doing business. Serious business. But also, they have waived themselves with this corruption with the county. So there's something they collect and give the county officers and all this. That's why it is not moving. Because you ask yourself, why would you live in Udhiru and come collect garbage in this area and dump it in this area, but not in your area? And yet you're the business person who is doing this business.
Can I ask the question?
Yes, Siri.
Is there a centralized place? Okay. Is there a decentralized system for garbage disposal?
Decentralized.
Meaning, we know Dandora.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there any other place other than Dandora?
No, only Dandora.
Now, you see, there we have to blame the governor directly, because how do you explain the filth that we see when garbage is dumped on the side of the road?
I know.
Your constituency has a problem, and a big one, with that one. Okay? And we know the power that a governor has. We know. But we also know that there are cartels that have been there for the longest possible time. We know. But these cartels are people who live here. For heaven's sake. Same cartels we have with water.
I know.
It's the same. Now, it comes to the electoral process. Are we going to continue electing these lame duck governors who seem to be unable to promise and keep the promise that the Nairobians will likely live better lives? Because I see no purpose whatsoever of electing someone so that we have a governor when the person doesn't have the capacity to actually bring about the solutions that are needed. We are not asking him to build roads. We are asking him just to let the county be clean and safe. It's one ask.
Well, you see, now this is what I'll say. At that time when we were saying, let us have the national government take some of the functions, my governor, who is still my governor, was senator, and he told me, no. I said, no. People talk because you're outside. We are inside now. We are realizing this thing is huge than what a governor can do. This is a city. It's not these small counties of Sijui what. No.
Ushago.
You need to have a very close relationship. In fact, very seamless for you to function in Nairobi. And so at that time, they felt I was saying very wrong. But I can tell you, Mbovi, what we need to do for Nairobi and Nairobians, we must accept that, number one, yes, we can have a governor, but governor must accept, whether you like it or not, to work with national government and request the president. There are key functions that he must support. One is roads. Two is the infrastructure of water, because it's an old one. You can't tie it to a governor and say, now the system we started in 1902 in Nairobi, you can have resources to bring out that system. He needs support. And then three is this environmental matter. Now, when you look at the way they have taken Nairobi River now, and I want you one day to just walk from the downside. So you can start from Kamkunji and look at the river. You realize the river is coming up well.
Is it?
Oh, yes, going down.
Is it?
Oh, yes. You just walk. You need to go, walk, and ask the commission to come and give you a tour going downwards. You'll see the difference now. Coming up to museum is a place where we just need to rethink ourselves now, these areas, how the water comes in and how we now need, because people are very stubborn. First of all, they cannot come out of the riparian land that we were talking about, but then we can think through and agree with them how it moves. That is one. Two, you might, you see now the problem with the county, the governor, if you go to hospitals of Nairobi today, they are functional. In fact, functional than many other counties. That one I'll tell you. From level 3, 4, those are functional. But hospital, he has done well. In terms of his feeding...
He would have done it well, or was it the Nairobi under General Badi?
No. Here, in terms of ensure you go to, even if you come to my Gatina, you'll be treated. You'll be treated and be given medication, by the way. Yeah. It's only that he has a team also that does not know how to bring out what they are doing and all that. That is one. Then this thing of his Green Army, he needs, it's a good thing, but the young people think it is, they work as if it is not work. It's not an office. That's why he's having this challenge. But if they were given roles and have a strong director who comes in and gets to know in the morning, did you clock in at 8? Have you been at work? Where is your space of work? What have you been cleaning? Then you will not be having this. But now they have just left them. They are just there. People are on pension. I mean, you are wondering, which is your office? You know, how do you wake up to go to an office?
When you explain, Mheshimiwa, what I understand is that you are the one who knows what you're doing.
Me?
Yes, you know what you're doing, and you know what being an MP for your constituency means, and you're doing something about it. It means that, why am I saying this? Because you are explaining it and I understand it. You are even explaining something else that somebody else ought to be explaining, and I am understanding. I do not hold most governors to any high regard, personally.
No, I agree with you.
I do not.
Yeah, I agree.
Because the thing that they do well is they let down the people who voted for them. That one they do very, very, very well.
Yes.
The meager resources that they have, you see, capacity here is not your level of education. It is understanding what your people need and using the means that are at your disposal and through partnerships, as you said, to get these things done.
Yes.
There are very many things that a place like Nairobi needs, which are outside the capacity of the governor per se.
Completely.
But partnerships are not outside his capacity.
Well, they fear. Now, let me tell you all, I think it's only Wanga who I've seen who knows how to, use partnerships. These other governors fear.
What do they fear?
I don't know. They fear maybe you'll come and now know their weakness and now start. They are just crazy. It's just something in their mind. Or you'll feel, people forget, all of us have a weakness. All of us. There's that weak. That's why you need a team that has strength. And I always say, if I know I'm a governor who can't perform, trust me, my team will be the perfect. I will make sure I have a team that understands what we need to deliver. And that's what Joho used to do. Joho had a very good team in Mombasa. That's why when you go, he did, and most of them, you'll find they excel in a few things, and a few things they'll not do well, But at least there are some things people will remember. If you ask them, they'll tell you, Joho Hospitali, Mombasa ilikuwa Mombasa. They'll tell you. The citizens will start telling you his weakness. So what I want to tell my county, because I would wish them to perform. The other thing I want to tell is, if you fear even having a meeting with your own members of parliament and your own MCS, then you'll have a big challenge. Because don't fear. Make it your duty and put it in your diary that I know, and this in a month once, I have a meeting with all the leaders, and I'm telling them, this is what we are thinking about the county, this is where we are, this is how we are moving, we have these challenges, we need you to knock for us this and this, just that. But I think they also fear. They have this pride of that I don't understand, that tells them, I am know-it-all. You can't.
You're right.
Know-it-all is...
it's insecurity of the highest order.
Very insecurity, yeah.
When I asked about Dandora, what I was asking was this. Should we not reconfigure how we dispose our waste?
Yes.
Because Dandora has been the one place, and Dandora is like a city on its own, a government of its own.
Did you see them yesterday? And somebody will think the police was there. No. They are crazy. Dandora is where you'll find a tear gas on its own. You'll find many small arms of its own. And Dandora 1 with its team, Dandora 2 with its team. So whoever entered there did not know, even us who live in Nairobi, before I go, I know who to call of Dandora 1.
Yeah.
Ujue nitapitia hapo kwenu, munipitishe. Yeah, that's how those boys live. And so you don't just walk into that Dandora blindly and then you'll think police came. No. Started with the Dandora. Either one of the gangs felt, umeingiaje mtaa wetu, unaingiaje mtaa wetu.
Na
tujajua. Those things in these lands must be, I don't know, but somebody must start getting to understand them.
Nairobi is huge.
Very huge.
The demands are huge. We've had conversations with planners. And one of the things that there's one particular gentleman there are two gentlemen I've had conversations with at different times. These are people who've actually headed planning within the city over time. So this is not something they're not theorizing. They understand and they know.
Yeah.
What stops the discussion of Nairobi being further broken down into small units that we sometimes refer to as boroughs? Because the management of Nairobi from one central place, haki haiwezekani.
Well, he has done that.
Has he?
Yes.
Has he?
That one, we went for this public participation.
No, if he has...
And he created the boroughs, and even where the offices should be, what is there, and I have told you. So now when you have a city planner who came from university and joined Nairobi Kanjo, and has never been employed permanent, he's only on a contract. He's the one who puts in his safe in his home. That's why people will come with guns shooting you, because there's a title deed you have put there. Do you need that one? You now need to rethink and have, But by the way, you've been there for if you have been in an office for 30 years, and the problem is still the same, so you are a problem.
You are the problem.
Yes. City. That's the problem we face. So there were those minds that were there, good minds. They were never with Tama or what. They worked for Kanjo and left. Whatever they got small, they left. But these ones who have come, who move with the NMS and come back and make sure NMS goes, and them they are still there. They should be going.
Perhaps, Mheshimiwa, if
They should, if for me, I won't even fight you. No. But you must think. We used to tell governor, I used to think I'm a joker when I'm saying, Governor, you don't fight Nairobi. No. You create new alternative systems where people just see. If you feel you can't organize matatu, then call somebody to just do your Trump. Do a Trump from this side, do a Trump from the other side. Just 4 of them. People will go on the Trump. Matatu will reduce. You have made something different. You have not fought with them. It's business. Yeah, because even them, they're in business. I asked him, where in the world does transport of a government goes into the hands of a private sector that does not listen, that does not want to get into what you're saying, new ideas, then change. Go into light trains.
Do you think Nairobi should probably be handled completely just like it was handled during NMS? Basically, should we reintroduce NMS and make it a permanent order?
We must reintroduce and then agree with Nairobi that these key functions, let them be done at this national level. These key functions, Governor, please handle them. So handle all these things of your markets, of what? Handle those ones and get your revenue to do the other things you want to do. But these key ones that are just things you can't, because you have the UN here, you have all agencies of the world are here. And they go and they come back and they see Nairobi is still the hub. We need this Nairobi. But they are wondering, how do you work in this Nairobi? So you tell me, what denies the governor to just do a landscaping with Kenha to reorganize all these roads they messed up on the highway?
Yes.
And so now you have left street people sleeping in the Sijui where, on in those places. Why can't you just...
expressway.
Exactly. Just fence it properly, put flowers and close it. And start asking street families, definitely, where did you come from? Where is your real home?
We'll take it back.
If you don't have this real home, this affordable housing thing and the social one, a few of them, it's time to now say, at this region, we have to put some and give them. And remove people from street. But don't allow street families within your town. No. No. It is absolutely... that's where I always say, there are few things I wonder.
Yeah.
Now I tried in Dagoretti North with them. I said, I don't like these things of kiosks all over. The bottles all over. Sijui where. I tried Lavington, we did.
Yep.
We came to Dennis Street, we did. Now when we wanted to do Yaya, I came to a gridlock with all the Kanjo people. Nobody wants to change it. I'm like, this is a place in the night when I'm walking here. It's drugs peddling. It's what? Can you just give people good kiosks here and we get to know who are these people?
All right.
They have been unable to date. And that's why we stopped the program. It's very sad.
Mheshimiwa, lastly, before I let you go, ODM has some rebels, if we may call them that. How will this be handled going forward? Ama tungoje tuone.
Hapana, hakuna kungojea. You see now, first of all, let's just go back to Kasipul. What was it that Kidero, Obado, all of them with sticks and everything, what was all that? I didn't understand. So, the deputy governor of Homa Bay.
Yes.
I want to plead with my chair. You don't need to impeach him, but you can remove the portfolios that he holds and give to somebody else to do the work. Then leave him as your deputy to do his politics.
Okay.
That will be my first.
We have several days. Kitutu Chache MP.
Those ones have already gone to Matiang'i. So let us not bother them. Let us allow them to move to the party they think is the right party to win.
Okay.
Yes, because they delivered the MCS to you. Is called what? That party of my Matiang'i. That one. Yes. They delivered. So that's okay.
All right.
It means you are moving. In fact, what we should be doing in Parliament right now is to now remove them from committees. You see, that's how, that is how Baba would have done.
Right.
Honestly.
That's how Baba would have done it.
Yes.
But that's what
you not have understood.
That's what is done the world over.
Yeah. You have gone, then move.
Yeah.
Yeah, and let now people reorganize the structures they have, the small ones. Then now let us come to Caleb Hamisi. you know. Caleb Amisi, I will pray for him.
Yes.
He feels well.
Right.
You know, and for us, we are still small people. And these people who are big people, we don't need to. But he needs to go and sit down. And you reorganize your cluster of numbers.
Right. Last
If
but
I
not
was
least,
him,
yes,
he needs to work on his number. You see, for us in Nairobi, whether I like it or not, I have to look for 50 for the plus 1,000 to vote for me.
Yeah.
Them 15,000, they are MPs. So we can't discuss anything. I have nothing to tell him. I only have to tell him,
Aende
please,
jipange.
jipange. Because those small units are also very dangerous.
Lastly, Paul.
Kitutu Masaba MP Clive Ombane.
Yeah, well, he's my very good friend, Gisairo.
Yeah.
Him is the key coordinator of Matiangi, so let him remain there. We can't. You see, the politics of 2027 are going to be very regional based.
Okay.
And this started because of how Joshua Munyoro clustered this thing. He thought it was good on how he was doing it, which was good for Mount Kenya, I don't know what, but he opened eyes to many. And so for us in ODM, in fact, this is what I'll say as I close, and I know I'm going to have myself teared down, but I'll say it, is that ODM Baba was the glue. He was our glue. People loved him. Not people, not families, no. People loved Baba, the regions. And so I want our people from Nyanza to manage the regions that were not of law in a very careful way. Because if they find you are rattling them, telling them, you remember when we were doing ODM at 20, and Mombasa, you could hear them. They now became very aggressive, and they were like, if you want to enter this region, you can't just come. You must respect Abdul Samad. You must respect Joho. You must come through them. Why? Because our people thought they were Baba. At you can just walk into Mombasa. At you are ODM. And you just go, People respected. In fact, he was their father. That's why it was his home. Now they are wondering, we are siblings, my friend. You come in, I'm the bigger brother. You come, I'm a sibling now, or you are a sibling. Yeah, go and organize your region, I organize mine. When you come, unakuja na heshima zako, tunakuheshimu. Kuja na ubaya, you remember you were saying that?
Yes.
And it's not just that. It's something you can hear in the vibes. Each of them just saying, apana, as we must be respected, we carried the party, we did this. So I want to plead to all of us as children of ODM that for us, let us remember the words Baba said. Even in his song, he said, together,
yes,
you will get there. Together. If they remember that together, they will get there. If they remember that this one wants to be a kingpin, and this one wants to lead, and this one wants to be with this one, and this one wants to realign himself, we are done.
Okay.
People will go to their regions.
Thank you so much, Mheshimiwa.
Thank you.
We have eaten into the next hour, but thank you for coming. We invite you again, and this time around, kuja mapema, tutakupatia chai,
No, makosa
biscuits.
ilikuwa yangu.
Usijali.
I arrived, I lost a nephew, I've lost a sister-in-law.
Yeah.
All of them, I buried this one, I'm burying this one next week. So I was just coming. I didn't want to tell Edna that flight has not been.
All right. Sawa,
but
sawa,
I told her I'll be late.
All right. But
God bless you all.
Tunakuja
It is good
karibisha.
to see you. I know we are closing the year.
Yes.
And there's a lot we need to pray about for the country.
Right.
We want a good country.
Okay.
Yes. City, God bless you. It's good to see you here. With movie though.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The United Nations boss Antonio Guterres says the world has the power to change lives and shape a future where HIV and AIDS is finally defeated. This comes as we mark World AIDS Day. Guterres, however, warns that despite years of progress, millions of people still lack access to HIV prevention and treatment services because of who they are, where they live, or the stigma they continue to endure. The UN boss is calling for stronger community empowerment, increased investment in prevention, and wider access to treatment.
The World AIDS Day reminds us that we have the power to transform lives and futures, and then the AIDS epidemic once and for all. The progress we have made is undeniable. Since 2010, new infections have fallen by 40%. AIDS-related deaths have declined by more than half, and access to treatment is better than ever before. But for many people around the world, the crisis continues. Millions still lack access to HIV prevention and treatment services because of who they are, where they live, or the stigma they endure. Meanwhile, reduced resources and services are putting lives at risk and threatening hard-won gains. Ending AIDS means empowering communities, investing in prevention, and expanding access to treatment for all people.
ILOG National Coordinator Mule Musau has dismissed the recent by-elections as a sham. He cites widespread violence, abuse of incumbency, and blatant interference by senior government officials. Speaking on Radio Generation, Musau noted that although some technical processes inside polling stations were properly executed, the overall environment was chaotic, unsafe, and compromised by gangs, low turnout, and unauthorized personnel.
Two sides of the coin as far as this election is concerned. First, in terms of whether was it a credible, free and fair elections, we don't think so. These elections did not come anything close to being credible elections. There are things you could be able to tick and say this went well, especially some of the technical aspects of running the elections, where IBC is concerned. Kwenye kituo, did people come in? Were they identified? Were the teams working? Were there was a counting done in a good way? Were voters allowed the space to be able to do it? Yes, within the polling station. But if you look at this election in terms of what an election should be, an election is supposed to be held in a conducive environment. Violence of any kind is a first parameter that you'd want to use.
Police in Diani, Kwale County have arrested the 3 suspects believed to be involved in a counterfeiting ring that has been flooding Mombasa and nearby areas with fake cash. In a statement by the Directorate of Criminal Investigations on Sunday, the suspects Fadhili Lawrence, Atemba Lawrence, and Electrin Okwako were apprehended after police followed forensic leads to a secret hideout in Diani where the illegal trade was reported to thrive. Inside, detectives found 1.7 million Kenya shillings in counterfeit money. The 3 are currently in custody pending court appearance. The Mombasa County government has directed all tuk-tuk operators to join registered transport circles by January 1st, warning that enforcement will begin immediately after the deadline. Transport Infrastructure and Governance CEC Dan Manyala said the move is part of a broader plan to enhance safety, accountability and order in the county's public transport system. Manyala noted that the county is finalizing regulations to guide SACCO operations for both tuk-tuk and border operators. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Previously on the most talked about morning show in town, the People's Breakfast.
But one thing I have to assure the public, the panel is not going to change the law.
I'm really proud. I mean, the KDF stands tall regionally and internationally, and that's why you have the favor that you see in terms of them being, in the forefront.
A time will come. Where is Saddam Hussein? Where is Libya, Gaddafi? Where is everybody?
The People's Breakfast, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome back to Radio Generation. It is now 14 minutes past 9 o'clock and in studio we are with the People's Democratic Party leader, Mheshimiwa Omingo Magara. Mheshimiwa, ninajua story zake nyingi sana, but before tuanze kuongea juu ya historia, there's a question that Mheshimiwa has asked, and he has asked, did you do the proverb today?
Yes, we did, and yes. I will repeat it.
Kindly.
Our proverbs for this whole week come from the Republic of Burundi. You cannot hide the smoke of the heart you set on fire. Ukichoma nyumba, the smoke that emanates from it, you cannot hide from.
Sure. Yes.
So do you want me to
show uvumi?
Yeah, you can tell us your thoughts about it.
Usifikiria kwamba utailenga, but tuambie maoni yako.
Kisi nasema hata ukiroga usiku utajulikana. So whatever little you do
in the darkness.
Yeah, na saa ingine kama 2007 elections.
Yes.
We actually pull a trigger without knowing that when you pull a trigger, that bullet that leaves cannot come back. So the same thing here. So we start something you think you can finish. So if you think you can finish, don't start it.
That's very profound, actually. The bullet that has already been released.
Yeah. And it came from a pronouncement.
Yeah.
We were speaking, and I'm guilty, of course, because we're trying to get space of leadership. But sometimes it can also hurt. So we don't start something you can't finish. When a blood leaves,
okay,
there it is.
Let's get down to business. I was just asking you when we were off air about your time at UDA. You are UDA's treasurer, but now you, of course, left. And that's why you are at PDP, if I may call it that.
Yes.
People's Democratic Party.
Yep.
Why did you leave UDA, and when did you leave UDA?
The background is as follows. I lost a member of parliament in PDP in 2000, and I think before just 2021. And therefore, we were to replace that candidate. And at that time, we were working with Ruto, with His Excellency Ruto, from PDP, and he was in government, of course. Then it was could be Tanga. So we had an engagement. I thought I want to field a candidate in Bonchari. Then he said, no, please let me field. I said, how can you field? And I'm the one replacing my member of parliament. And he said, no, but you see, if I don't field, it means like people will think like I fear Kisi. I said, no, what we can do, since we're in partnership, let me field, support me. He said, no, but I need to sell the party. That was last time that the UD had been formed.
Yes.
We went to Bonchari, and then he actually tricked me and said, then if you really want to be part of this, give me a candidate, I give a party. I said, how is that possible? It's my party and my candidate. Of course, we struck a balance. I said, let's both of us field. I said, then you're not serious. If we are working together, you cannot do that. So I stepped back. He took the wife of the late, and I didn't want to campaign. Eshima tu kwamba ameniomba. So the campaign could not take off. So they called me in to fly the flag of that lady.
Yes.
I had to look for an excuse to come in and say, well, I want to give Mama a ticket, but now that she was given by UDA, allow me to work with her because I can't go against the wife of my member of parliament.
Yes.
Strategically, I got in, and for sure we tried to go with the best we could. The first time in the history of KC, the lady got 9,000 votes. Never, it's been before.
Did she win that?
She didn't win.
You've never had a female MP
elected? No. Yes, for sure. Yes.
Okay.
It's true. Of course, that's a long story. It's about culture and attitude.
Make it short.
I think it's a bit of we are not very friendly to our ladies, and I think it's a regrettable thing, which we must reverse because ladies are the pillars of families.
We're in 2025 years.
We really must do something else. So we break that record. Anyway, so much later then, the lady did not win, but we were born.
Did she win?
She didn't.
No, she didn't win.
I lost a small margin, very small margin.
And did you explain this to the president that look, the candidate of choice needs to be this kind of person because this is what the ground is saying, and so if you are looking for a win, this is the direction we need to take.
I did everything I could, and for sure, the former member of parliament had done very well.
Yes.
And the lady had sympathy because she's the one who was driving the Ford. This would have been broken the jinx.
Yes.
But then again, it didn't work. So later on, he told me now.
The candidate who won, which party did they
It was
belong to?
ODM. And he only led about 1.5 years. He never came back again. So that's okay. So later on, we agreed. He asked me to work with him. I said, now let's do a coalition.
Okay.
Then he declined again. No, please just walk in. So we do a big vehicle. I just came in and said, let me try, because I'd run as for senator twice.
Yes.
And I was running a lone race as PDP because I didn't have a formation of a county. I had tried to work with him. I said, okay, let me invest here and work with him. Later, I was able out again, because sometimes it becomes transactional. 2 months to elections, I realized that we can't work.
Yeah.
Because it was about commerce and not resolve, not integrity. It's about how much money you have.
Did you exchange political ideologies? This is what UDA stands for. This is what PDP. We're going to contribute as far as that ideology is concerned.
Yeah, but it was as good as spoken, not acted.
Okay.
So things didn't work. So I told him, boss, treasurer, I leave. And that's why I'm in the PDP today.
Yeah.
I went back to PDP as a party leader. And I can tell you, we have aspirations. And our party stands for power belongs to people. It's the only party that is formed under Article 1 of the Constitution. Mamlaka kwa wananchi.
Right.
Power belongs to people. In fact, they donate power to us. The unfortunate thing is that we can become bosses of our employers. Voters are our employers, but when we get there, we just eat and spit on them and vomit on their shoes, regrettably again.
Yeah. So now, in terms of the loss of, the country lost the former Right Honorable Prime Minister Raila Odinga.
Yes.
And that obviously is going to shape a lot of political careers going forward. What do you think that is going to do for the Kisii region? Because I understand ODM was really strong in that region.
Yeah, I agree. Baba was truly somebody else, and I can tell you, I'm the one who started ODM in Kisii in 2007.
Really?
Oh yes.
Wow.
I'm a founder member. In fact, I'm number 6.
You are number 6.
Oh yes.
Because I understand President Ruto is number 1. Then several others, and then now you're number 6.
You're number 6. Yeah. And I was among the first 7 of the Pentagon or something. So I started to them in 2007, but by the side, I did not think ODM will click, because we have some bit of cultural issues and a bit of not liking for each other. From Kisii and Luo. So I thought it could not fly.
You guys are neighbors, bana.
You were neighbors, but again, kuna utoto primitive ya zamani ati Wajaluo hapana, wa Kisii nini, Jagota nini.
But let me ask you something. But by and large, those two communities get along fine, from what I see.
No. It is me who made that happen. It has not been the same, brother. I can tell you.
Do you mean politically or culturally?
It is about culture, really. It's a culture and then a bit of prejudice against so and so, their cultures like this and the
Why
other.
don't you just say it, that the Luos had a tendency of looking down on their Kisii neighbors?
You are condescending.
You of course.
Yes. No, he doesn't want to say it, so I'm saying it for
I'm being polite. So basically then, 2007 we started ODM, and Baba was the first national treasurer of ODM.
Okay.
And we actually planted a seed founded on a serious issue of social democracy, which was resonating well with Kenyan people. And for the first time, Raila won about 65% of the vote in Kisii for the first time since independence, courtesy of the driver I had, of course.
70%.
Yeah. Thereafter, we again, sometimes politics, we read Machiavelli. Whoever takes your territory, you remove them from the environment so that you can be able to walk freer. So that strength I had became a threat to some of them. So I was a bit elbowed out. But basically, we grew with Baba in politics, and he was a very, very strong person, and he could listen for advice. But his demise truly will shake the entire political landscape, both in Nyanza and the country. In Kisii, for instance, partly when you have loyal followers, they also need to see reward from the government, the establishment they're supporting you for. there was a bit of bias also, yet again. A spade be called a spade in terms of distribution of resources or opportunities in the party. When Baba got, the region was not fairly taken care of. And I think it's about, again, the prejudice again that we are too few, which is a wrong notion. Because if we put us all together, both locally and diaspora, we now today control about 1.3 million votes.
Okay.
So that kind of prejudice that we are fewer, we can be managed, people get a bit disappointed. I remember the first time when Baba went to Shabana rally, he was actually echoed and people walked out on him. That was the worst I saw of Baba. Which means that the support was winning. And this was because every time he joins government, he never really worked with us effectively, as it were. So that has happened. And two, in case that really, I can tell you today, even in Kisi, in the by-election, which I want to talk about later, I don't think we had any serious ODM candidate in that region, which was a serious powerhouse before. It's because, again, as you said, we said it's about how we are treated when the chips are down. So in rural Nyanza too, fact to be told, Baba was also too strong. So you didn't have to do anything else. I remember later Orwa Joda told me, my Baba is my party and my party is Baba. Which means if Baba points a finger at you, you win. That also compromised democracy, and the people who were actually suffocating in their space without saying too much. I think this demise also could kind of open up some breathing space so that people can express themselves. In fact, I predict you see quite a number of people running on other political parties, including independent.
But people have been running on independent parties and other parties. Your PDP party has had my own member of parliament in Moroni lost the ODM nomination, won on a PDP. Obado lost the nomination, ODM won on a PDP.
Fact.
Yes.
Yeah, but you see, what fraction is that?
Oh, it's not the fraction I'm speaking of.
It's the possibility.
Yes, I don't need 10 examples. I need one. That one is what tells me that it is a possibility, because the space to be able to stand. Ford Kenya has had people within Luo Nyanza being elected on a Ford Kenya ticket.
But it's true.
And you'll tell me it is one, Olocholago, and I'll tell you, yes, it is so. The point I'm trying to make is this. Being vocal and wanting to be in ODM had a lot to do with whether it was felt by those who led ODM that you rhymed with whatever it is that they stood for. You were in ODM, you should know. Okay? So there are individuals who felt they didn't need to, and they went to the electorate. And there are few, but the electorate agreed with them. One of them, Shakil Jabir, and has continued to agree with him 4 times. They keep agreeing with him that it is okay as an independent. What I'm saying is this: the things you say are true. Anytime there is a leader as strong as Baba, other nations where strong leaders had brought them together, his demise meant that unity went to the dogs. Yugoslavia being a case in point. But the other nations, that even when the strong leader passed away, I'm talking about Europe now, they continued to become stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger.
I agree with you, City. The only thing is, it took some serious, impossible courage from some people to take that space. And of course, that also brings back to management issue. When you have a resolve and you have a strategy, it's a strategy that attracts even the resources being the people now. So basically, there are few. In majority, so people would say, why would I burn my money? It calls for serious resolve from the people. Obado was one case which is true from the PDP as well. And what you are seeing today, partly the people expressing themselves, and they started even when Baba was alive. I can give an example of SG, Sifuna. He has been quite extremely vocal about the kind of arrangement ODM has today. You had even the daughter of Baba, Winnie, talking about it. Say we need to reconsider. And the beauty about Baba, by the way, and the people around Baba, they listen to the ground. And there's no way, when Baba, things were too hot, he went to Kibera. When there's too much pressure, that's how he goes to unwind, listening to people, and that's what ODM is very good at. In fact, every leadership, that's what happens. The only thing is, those ones who going against Baba, they couldn't because the ground was saying Baba is supreme. So again, listening to the crowd, with the ground was the main thing that ODM was specialist in. And I can tell you, I can see a possibility if it goes through this first phase of settling down, it may last. Otherwise, I can see a bit of
right.
Mujwa, I want to ask you a question.
Yes, please.
I've admired your politics, what you stood for, the things you used to say. What sort of the groundswell would you say that PDP has had in the Kisii, in its entirety, Nyamira and Kisii County? What would the groundswell support would you say it has had or can have?
Let me tell you, in 2017 city, we were fairly strong, despite the fact we were a small political party. We had 2 members of parliament, about 17 MCAs. Today, there are a few, because of my moving from the party again, I think people are feeling orphaned, so we didn't perform very well.
This is now in 2022
when I closed. That was the biggest mess that we have caused. But I can tell you, right now, we started a movement after the formation of the Grand Coalition. Say, please, there's nothing for you without you. If then we know DM, and when the seats are being shared, you are not felt. We said it's fine, and apparently some leadership from Nyanza was saying these are too few. After all, you can't be leaders. But you see, it is if you ever in the olden days, if you have a shortage of flour and you want to cook for your children. You go to a neighbor and say niongezee nijazie hii ndio chakula inakuwa ngumu watoto wanakula. So this last one is what gave us a serious profile, and I can tell you PDP is growing in strength in Kisii. We realize that now you are saying we are few, but ile unga yetu kidogo is what you use to solidify your food to serve the children. Now instead of serving all of us, you serve your own children. Round here, so you use our little unga, we koroga uji for kids to drink, then you also eat yourself to ugali. The way it is.
At the end of the day, kila mtu sasa
kwake. That went very well with the people, and that's why Baba got a bit of resentment even when he was alive. Because Wakisi pia now ujue, they are fairly also independent in terms, they are proud. You find a Kisii coming to your house asking for a favor. If you turn them around, it doesn't matter how poor they are. You may not know the color of the original trouser, because it's going to be raka. Like a you'll walk away.
But then they are the same traits as their neighbors. Their neighbors are exactly the same. They are very big on respect. I guess all human beings are, but somebody who has a lowly economic status is somebody you want to treat very carefully and with a lot more care.
Because there's nothing to lose.
Yes. And you do, yes. And it's reflected in the way we treat relatives.
Yes.
The really humble relatives, you treat a lot more care than the others because they're already prickly. They already know they don't have. And when they come to ask, the effort it takes for them to come and ask for that favor, if you reject, or you reject in a callous way, you have an enemy for life.
For sure. So basically, we could be having the same traits, but of course, you are many. When you are many, you also override. Sometimes you feel
actually, there's something here, and this you are right about.
Yeah.
That numeracy is a problem we've had in what you call Nyanza as we knew it, because the Kuria have the same complaint, but their complaints I don't fully understand. I'm going to tell you why I don't fully understand it. When I look at the formation of the county, even from the time of Bado himself was the first time he became governor, the deputy was a Kuria. The women rep was a Kuria. They had, I think, 2 or 3 members of cabinet, and there were others who were chief officers. So I thought to myself, but in my opinion, the senator was a Kuria. I thought, but the community is very well represented. Numerically, they cannot be governor because they're not going to be, unless they have a leader who really stands out and people say, let's support this person. Sometimes that need, you see, it is right, in my opinion, for the Gusii community to have said the things they said because they had unwaveringly supported ODM and Jacom, unwaveringly. These small numbers that people speak of, I don't know why they think they're not significant. In politics, they're the most significant.
Yes. I agree with you, City. for sure that's why even the current administration, they're extremely desperate for Kisi. Fact. If I told you how many times the deputy president has been to Kisi, is 9 times in 3 months.
The current deputy president.
President has been there, albeit quietly, to see whether they can influence the elections. This is like it's a swing county.
It is
as
a very
small as it
serious,
is, and that's why you find everybody wants to struggle. And for a long time, we have never been working together because big influence comes from both sides, and they split us down the middle. This time around, I think we are a little more careful.
Yeah,
and we may decide to be on one side of the history.
Mheshimiwa, there's a section of our audience who sometimes wouldn't understand when we talk about regional politics, and even Mheshimiwa Beatrice Alachi, who was here early on, did talk about the fact that politics right now has changed, and not really changed, but now it has been redefined differently, but still within the precincts of regional politics. How can we make that audience understand? And I'm talking about the Gen Zs, the ones who say they're tribeless and partyless. How do we help them understand that this is how politics is played on a national level, that you've got to go granular regionally so that you can have a collective movement forward?
No, really, but tell the Gen Zs as well. Even if you really live in isolation, the family unit is what builds to a nation.
Okay.
And at the lower level, the family, nucleus family starts there. It grows to, maybe a bigger family, larger clan, and then a district or whatever. And truly, even in Jesus' time, lineage is identified. We are 12 tribes of Israel.
Yes.
It's so primitive to come from a tribe. I remember Mzee Jaramogi Oginga once said, and I truly remember that if you say if you come from a tribe, then someone calls you a tribalist, then each one of us is a tribalist because you must come from a tribe to become a Kenyan. Right?
Yes.
So that everyone must understand. Otherwise, what we then read the Bible and say how Adam and whatever, blah, 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 so the families of the house of Israel, it is not a crime to be. It's how we use that ethnicity for a negative ethnicity is what costs us a lot.
Right.
And we are saying, even when people talk about, that's a Kisi regional party, it is not. The registered political party cannot register PDP as a Kisi party. It's a primitive, nonsensical thing. In fact, what happens is, since if you have a governance structure that has a national face, that's how you're registered. The only thing, maybe, the people in the governance structures may not be that popular. One big man like Baba is stronger. Not that ODM is tribal, but they have their strength from a particular region.
Okay.
Look, you cannot have a political party and not have a voter base that supports it. You start there.
Yes.
And in this country, the way we work, you see, we imagine the West and the leaning towards whether it is Labour, or whether it's Conservative, whether it is Liberal. If you look at the regions that are predominantly Labour, say in the UK, there are areas that were highly industrialized, and there were very many industrial workers, what we call watu wa mkono.
Yes.
Okay? So the representation there made it possible for you to get votes from those people. Okay? The Conservative tend to be people who previously had been what you call landed gentry, and people who were well off, and people who shared their ideas of how they should go about life. When you talk about community, we're talking about all those things.
Yes.
Here in this country. Talk about a tribe. There's a way in which each of these communities go about their business.
Yeah, correct.
There's a way in which they handle relationships. And when they decide, and by the way, these community leaders are chosen by the people. They don't stand for election.
Yes.
They identify.
You don't campaign to say, I want to be the community leader. It never happens.
Spontaneous.
Yes, the people coalesce about a certain person because that person represents certain things that they... Yes, exactly.
All right.
So now when that person now presents themselves and they have a political party, of necessity, the majority of people who might actually start that party with him are people from the background where he comes from. People who know him.
Even Gen Z, when you say a leader is, there is, even in management, you must have a leader of a team. Not that you must be ahead of a super person, but at least guide someone to where to go. That's how it dissipated. In fact, I wish they picked one. And that's why you found some of them were pilfered away, and then that movement died. But I can also tell you, it was not expected. And don't sit prayed because Gen Z had kwamba imepotea. You be gone. If another one comes up, it will be catastrophic.
But why do you say it died?
No, okay, it went. I mean,
I explain. When you say that, what do you mean?
It did not die, but because you realize those one who are vocal now, who pretend to be the voice of that team, they are almost like poached.
They were targeted. But they were also going to be targeted by mainstream political parties.
Yeah, it's normal. It's normal. They became targets. Mheshimiwa, there's this whole issue of because from what I am seeing is that the Gusii region is now currently coalescing around Mheshimiwa Matiang'i. Is that what we expect to see in 2027? A strong, how can I put it? Like that region standing behind Matiang'i and saying that this is the person that we present. So even if anyone else wants to consult, you have to consult us through this particular person.
It takes me back to what C.T. Muga said as an elder, and I respect him, that some of these guys are not even don't stand for election. It just comes spontaneously.
Yeah.
There are a few things that Fred Matiang'i did when he was minister, and he endeared himself to the people. Not necessarily Kisii, by the way. Kisii, that's where he started because that's where he was born. But it's just Kenyans as well. But now they said, since he comes from here, let's own him fast. Because ukarimu mwanzia wapi? Nyumbani. It is true what you are saying, that we Kisiis are almost to a man with Fred Matiang'i. He has not stood for elections. And that's so that must also give you some bit of insight that there could be much more than just a leader.
Yeah.
What he did is what has backed him. Hata hajapigwa kura moja. But today, there's no way you can turn your face and say you don't know Fred Matiang'i in Kisii. I think unless you don't know what you want next minute. So basically that's where we are, and it's also evident from the fact that UDA and ODM are completely past tense in Kisii.
Completely.
Oh yes, I can tell you for a fact. If anything like this go by, you expect the same to play out until 2027. Because like when Mzee Chai came up, he had been in elections, he had a bit of financial muscle, he did a few things on his account in terms of giving back to society by employment and all. But he did not get the almost euphoric support like Fred Matiang'i has got today. I think is an opportunity that has come once, and all of us feel like we want to grab it, not only him, but also to transform this country.
Yeah.
You know, brother, it is one thing changing government, but it's also another thing delivering for Kenyans. I know from our circles when we share, if we change, not me say if, when we change government, because we are changing, I mean, I'm being affirmative, and City Muga is a teacher of English, I'm sure.
Yeah.
When we win power, we have no luxury not to deliver in the next 4 months. In fact, that's granted, give them 120 days. If we don't deliver for Kenyans, they will ship us out of town earlier than they're rejecting the current regime. So the person who can fix that, and we believe Matiang'i belongs to that category, he can sweep clean and he can fix this country. But again, we're saying he can't do it alone. That's what we're saying. This unity of the opposition is critical. That synergy we're talking about from every region comes in together. And why did ODM win election in 2007? That it was, it was botched. It is because when someone from Kambani, that's not tribalism. Since Kalonzo there, na mambo iko sawa. Mwingine akiona Magara Pentagon na Kisii imewakilishwa. Mwingine akiona Musalia Western is wagena Barala Coast imekuwa covered. Rift Valley, Kosgei and Ruto were there, and from Masaini there was Ngaiseri and Mama there. So that's how it works, because it's only that it works well for a politician when he wants to use them. When he gets into power, he says, no, these guys are Wakabila hawana agenda. But the same strategy they used. And there's nothing criminal. Even the constitution allows us to have diversity of a cultural, recognized cultures and tribes and our interests. So I believe Fred will fix it, and it will be fixed.
All right.
I always marvel at why people apologize from coming from the communities they come from. The diversity that we have is one of the biggest blessings this country actually has. Yes, because that diversity affords you an opportunity of going beyond the boundaries that ordinarily you'd be accustomed to. It's exposure of the best possible kind, because on a daily basis, we get along very well with all these people from all these communities on a daily basis. When we have an election, and it's a presidential election, because if you look at just the ordinary MPs, MCAs, senators, to understand the acrimony, just look at how many of those cases are taken to court. The presidential one, wow! That's where all these divisions come up. But the honest conversation about it is this. There is an understanding in this country now, whether it's true or not, the listener can determine whether it's true or not. It is because it is believed that if your person is the president, your person then can also bring into his cabinet people who are inclined towards his way of thinking, and who then will bring development, as we crudely put it, to the areas that you need. That is simply the moving factor. And when you join them, the understanding is that your people will also get their slice of whatever it is that they should get. When Rigiji talked about shareholding, he was spot on. Spot on. Problem is, those are things we all know and believe, but we are not supposed to talk about them. Yes, but he was spot on. So, again, the negotiations that take place when it comes to these things, in my opinion, everyone who negotiates is shortchanged. And the reason why it's shortchanged is this. You don't start with the conversation of what it is that ought to be done. You start with the conversation of who should get what. And the moment you begin that, yes, you've lost that plot completely, and the Mwananchi will not benefit. If he benefits, it's per chance.
Yeah, I agree with. I mean, Muka should be sitting where I am here, because I think he understands this thing. That we only need denial for a fact. And I echo the sentiments about Jaramogi. We all we come from a tribe. There is no crime to be. Then all of us are. And if you look at the betrayal thing, it is because we put our face first without knowing the competence. If you want somebody from, say, Western to reward, please don't give me, a plaster technician to be a minister. There are many there. And it is because people want the interest to be covered, yes, but can that person deliver for the people? And that's what we are saying today. If Kenyans were to look at tribes and look at the best from those to show the face of Kenya, we can succeed. I want to also confirm what City has said, that our diversity. I used to stay in Jericho with my brother, Lumumba. And there was a Luo, if he stitched your shoe, the sole will wear without that shoe opening up again. I'm a Shona boss. I used to go, when I moved to Ongata-Rongai, I would take a bus from Ongata-Rongai to Jericho to get my shoe fixed. When Mzee Nyachai was campaigning and I was bringing Raila to Kisi, God rest both of them in eternal peace. There was an issue. How dare you bring a Luo here? Said, And in fact, that's how I used to crack a joke. Please, don't look at the human anatomy below the belt. Right? Because that's the anatomy of a man and what the culture rules is. And I used to crack a joke and tell them, listen, this mzee ambaye anakataa Wajaluo atusipiga Wajaluo, he has 4 doctors Luos. Why don't you say then don't touch me because I'm a Kisi? Not to the checker. That's how I implement in Kisi. Removing the mindset, even when you are telling about a young man or rather a wife beater, don't tell him what he feels that he knows. Women lazima wachapwe. Tell him, with the woman you are battering, that is somebody's mother. Oh, that is somebody's firstborn daughter.
Show them the human
yes,
side.
The human face of it. And you ask somebody, if suppose that was your mother, what would you do? I'm going to say I'll kill him. Now, don't do that. We reviewed reverse psychology. That's what we did. Some people are fixated on what they believe in without looking at the other side. They look at that particular person as an object without humanizing that person. It worked. That's how I managed to plant in Gizi. Mzee anasema atataki Wajaluo, ule anamwangalia kichwa ni Mjaluo, ule anaangalia kifua ni Mjaluo, hata anatuambia toa nguo nikakuangalie, mbona azikata ni Mjaluo. Bas, and that's how it works. And diversity is useful, and what Mzee says, you go to the Luos and the expertise, man, you're good to go. You go to loyalty. some communities are very good loyalist. When you know they're working for you, you say they work for you until death. That's diversity.
That's
yeah. You know, I didn't want to say.
No way it comes. Ian was telling me this last week.
So you confirm. What a loyal person.
Yes.
Look at Mkamba.
Yes.
Oh yes. And that is not. Don't look down upon them. It is their speciality. It is how they're wired. And when we wire those two, the country becomes a fire.
You know, remember this attitude that is developed and enhanced in our politics about who you should look down upon. Some of it is historic, and the seeds were planted during the colonial times, because there are people whom the colonialists prefer to work with to better whatever it is that the agenda was. Now, in this day and age, what sometimes is lost to the common Mwananchi is that there are narratives that will be formed, created, and then propagated very seriously by individuals. But they have a purpose. They are not just propagating it for the purpose of propagating it. They know.
They're achieving something.
Yes. How is it, do you think, that someone like Raila kept getting bad press in this region of the mountain? There's a narrative that kept being spread. How then do you think, for instance, that at the time Kibaki got elected, there was hardly anybody who was more popular than this same Raila in that same region? Yes. So you ask yourself, so what then happens? See, narratives are believed because the people who propagate it are believable, or we've chosen to believe them.
Yes.
So when they say these things, we will go with the narrative. Now, the thing about our politics, which I find strange and endearing, is all these people who purport to be leaders in this particular season that we are in, apart from this president, who actually does talk development, and the rejoinder is he keeps talking and that's all he does. That is not entirely true. However, beyond the things he talks about in terms of the number of dams and what have you, nobody tells you of the blueprint and the economic framework that they have to change this country. They don't tell you. He's now telling us, for instance, he wants to make Kenya a first world country. Okay, how? You can, but how?
Education is dead. Researchers, we're going to research.
How? You see, like now, Matiang'i wants to be president, or the Abagusi people have decided they want him to be president. How is he going to change the country? Not that he will change. We've heard that. How will he? Kalonzo Musyoka. How will all these people? Kalonzo Musyoka. How will he? If Martha Karua's party gets it, how is she going to do it? I don't hear any of them telling us what it is they want to do. That so-called united opposition keep telling us it is one term Ruto must go. We've also heard that. We also live in this country. We also know what happens. We don't really need someone to tell us. We can see. But what we don't hear enough of is how we are going to solve these problems that keep making more and more Kenyans get into the below poverty level, go hungry without eating, be uncertain about the future. These ones,
nobody says.
I don't hear it. I honestly do not hear.
Let me tell you, the current president had economic forum in the regions. Bro, when he spoke, you see Kenya being Singapore. And you know, I remember one case he gave an example of job creation, or rather, let's talk about textile. And he has some data. I don't know whether they were factual or not. Like we lose out 4 million hides of skin from the cow slaughtered and the goat. I said, if you harness that and tan the shoes, tan the leather, make shoes for the locals, stop importation, your growing industry, and in so doing, the economy will fly. The knock-on effect. Your milk in here, process it, feed the children, don't import powdered milk. The reverse is happening today. So what I think also, City, if I can correct you, we have serious write-ups in our shelves. But now, instead of now publicizing what we need to do, which people don't understand more, you say the easier bit to get to power. Because you so don't mean it. When you get power, something else is different. That's happening. For example, I saw the president, current president, doing a TikTok on the plane. I have a plan. I have a plan. It is not his plan. It is not. It can never be your plan. It's our plan. boss, you never walk
Yeah.
alone.
Mm.
So I is what is destroying this government, because you find like a big man. Sorry to talk about it, but of course, when you're in that office, you must talk about you anyway.
You're a public figure, and
So
we will talk
we'll
about
talk
you.
and we'll
Yes.
repeat it, and not in a rotten manner. When you are there, you can't be the minister for roads, electricity. You are talking about energy. You are planting trees. You're signing bills to have afforestation. That's why health. That's where you are. You are master of a school. You say close the school, open the school. The minister is just like a flower boy. That is not leadership. If you don't trust it, and he's the one who told us, look. I mean, the guys are completely incomplete.
I know more than them.
Yeah. Do you now? You tell me. Who is the appointing authority?
You are, as the president.
In fact, you suck yourself first because you don't understand. Anyway, what you guys said is correct. Brother, it is not that we have lack of ideas and brains within our country. If I tell you something today that I had, you'll be shocked. Jobs are being sold up to 1 million shillings.
Which jobs?
Jobs.
Or for somebody who wants a job,
yes,
they will pay.
Government
up to-
jobs or private or
Teacher
all?
Service Commission letters are being sold for 350,000 Kenya shillings. Excuse me, boss.
And you have evidence to
What
support?
immorality?
You have, no, I have to ask. Do you have evidence to support this?
I have cases of people saying, I have 300. That's what so and so the leader of my country was asking.
Yeah.
I said, me, I can't contribute. Your pesa ikipotea, utanishika. I don't touch. Go pay. Most of them have been mewashwa. So what we're saying is the rot is too much, and that's why that even first. When you talk about that first world country, I feel offended, and it hurts me. That's why I feel like a bit emotional, because you are preaching too much water and taking too much wine.
You know, the point you make is a valid one, but consider for a single second. Even people who have been able to do great things, it starts the thought process, and at some point you pronounce it. However, the Singapore story is an interesting one, but you cannot tell the Singapore story without looking at the truth about Singapore. What is the population of Singapore currently?
Not quite sure.
They're not even 10 million. No. Singapore around 6 million. Yes. Singapore is a town in terms of size, in terms of its capacity. So when you look at the leadership of Singapore, you're talking about towns, you're talking about cities. Do you know what the population of Dhaka is? Bangladesh capital, Dhaka. Do you know what the population of Tokyo is? Those are towns. 30 million, the other one is 33 million. Okay? Shanghai, 26 million. Town. Country, city-state. It's a city-state. It's a city-state like Monaco. So essentially the leadership was like a mayor and his councillors running that particular city-state, because it's a city-state. It's a town. So the dynamics of a town is very different from the dynamics of a country. You look at just the number of people, the diversity of people represented, the differences, the cultures, the what have you, it is profoundly different. So let's start with those differences even when you want to talk about it. Then go into what it is that they did and measure them against other principalities and other city-states. And you'll find many of those city-states, he has a favorite one.
Liechtenstein.
Yes, that one.
Yeah.
Very wealthy places, but they are towns. And they function as states. That's why they're called city-states. The example that we need to look at is Iceland. And why Iceland? You want to move into the realm of what you call a first world economy, you need to industrialize. And you need to have the wherewithal to do so. Iceland has something we have in abundance, as do they. It's called geothermal power. Iceland has developed because they have exploited this particular resource, and people have brought their factories. Among the factories you find in Iceland is smelting of aluminium. It requires a lot of power for it to be smelted to do what it does. We have geothermal power. Do you hear of anybody talking to you about exploring and exploiting 100%? We're at 10%. Do you hear? Even 50. 50% of that power would give us that platform, that launch pad for this discussion we're having.
I agree with you. that the context of a town country, city country is different. But remember also, we have factors of production: land, labor, and capital. India is expansive and not a city country. Do you know what they did? Cottage industries. India is not a joke today, right? Let's not use the model of Singapore. Kata ufisadi, wacha wastage, start small. Like in Garissa, they spend about over 100 million shillings in every ward.
Doing what?
To campaign for ward.
People spend 100 million shillings.
Of course, state power, state money. Can I tell you, brother, City and Mbuvi, you with about as less as 20 million, you can do avocado extraction of oil. Avocado oil is so popular, and there's too much avocado in KC. Cottage industries. Start there and do an aggregation.
Who's supposed to do this?
County government, national government.
No. Those ones, we know what they do. I'm not asking the question because I don't know what needs to be done. We know the people who ought to do them and haven't done them. So I'm not asking about them. I'm asking about people like Mheshimiwa here who are leaders in the community. The county isn't doing it. The national government isn't doing it. So why do you keep waiting for them to do it?
Let me ask you. You said we have land, arable land.
The people?
People are there. It's about capital.
My friend.
And enabling capital. Remember, we also told in the previous administration, the one is sitting today, that we should remove Mambo Fuliza and avoid capital. Today, what are we effective? No, it's leadership I'm talking about.
Mheshimiwa, the Abaguzi people are some of the most industrious people you can ever come across. They are industrious to a fault.
Stop there, City. Stop there. I'm industrious exactly as I talk to you today. In Rongai, where I live, on 1 acre, I produce close to 700 liters of milk. 700 liters of milk, right? I take to KCC. I'm giving you a fact.
700 daily.
Excuse me, hold it.
Okay.
You push yourself to the extent that you can be able now to sell. Marketing structures are collapsed out there. People import the milk. KCC has not paid us from September. Do I feed cows on the stone? What am I saying? The systems are not working. See, you can be an industrialist you want to be for what you care, but where the end products you can't sell.
Mheshimiwa, you understand economics very well.
I do.
And because you do, you have no excuse to speak the way you're speaking. If milk isn't working, what else can work?
No, I've already diversified.
Thank you.
I'm adding value.
Yes.
Yet again, listen, City.
But
wait.
Okay.
I'm turning this to a value addition.
Okay.
Purchasing power, consumption is low. People have gotten to taking black coffee, black tea. If the system is not working, the policies are not right, money is not flowing, circulation of money is not here. People are putting money in the bedroom.
Mheshimiwa,
the
point you make is a valid one. The reason why I talked about the structure, the economic structure, is specifically for what you're saying. Exactly. You know why? If you have a government or somebody who claims he or she and their people are a government in waiting, what we ought to hear is how such a thing will be dealt with. How money and the access of it will be the changing factor to bring about this thing that you're saying.
We said it with Ruto. We said it.
No. I want the structure that will make it possible, and don't talk to me about the Hustler Fund or Nyota. These funds could really help. The thinking and what they could help. Nyota has a far better structure, and I can understand a lot more that is written about it, that it could actually do this. But it is not a question of just doing that. There needs to be an institution beyond the Nyota that supports it.
Support system.
Yes. And that's where Kenya Industrial Estates used to come in. That's where ICDC used to come in.
And I want Mheshimiwa actually to tie to something he said before we cut him off. There's something you said to do with capital, because we mentioned about the land, the human resource, then you mentioned the capital as well. So where is the capital supposed to come from?
You see, the lending, the access to capital, access to finance,
right? Which we do not have now.
Which we do, but it's too expensive.
Yes.
And that's what we are promised. You can't sustain it. And you see, when you are so motivated to produce, there has to be then a complete chain. You know, how do you aggregate? Do you add value? And like what has happened in the Netherlands, the cooperative sector was the best arrangement. That was killed deliberately. Cooperative sector. That was Nyongwa deliberately.
In Netherlands?
No, here.
Or in Kenya?
Yeah, we killed deliberately. So
in Netherlands, it worked. That's what you're saying.
Beautiful. Now, and that's why, if you're producing milk, you produce knowing for sure there's a processor here.
Yeah.
Who pays you for the value you got? And the government also subsidizes to make it affordable to the producers. But in here, you produce, cut the sweat, the cost of inputs are here, the processors are now suppress the value they buy, you exit before you do. You saw in the media about women having to downsize, the cows are emaciated, and we have a shortfall of about millions of liters of milk, a shortfall. In fact, we are on about 30%, 70%, we don't have that capacity to satisfy the demand. And yet, we are killing the little that is there. You know, what we start small, if you're encouraged and motivated and, you know, kind of end result, you get a value for it, you continue producing more.
Okay.
And remember, I took my case as an example in terms of the bottom-up economic model.
Right.
I knew if I told my people, if we take this government the way they are saying, there's no way I'm going to let you people with 1 acre or 2 leave Kisii to go and work for somebody for 300 shillings with a flying toilet. You can keep 1 cow. In one year and a half, you have another 2 cows. So you will employ 1 person. That's the model I was looking at. And I contextualized my state and I gave my people hope.
Okay.
Little did I know that it was hot air.
Hot air. Mheshimiwa, as we come to a conclusion, the president gave us a State of the Nation address a couple of, I think so, 2 weeks ago. Some of the things he mentioned, he talked about education, he talked about the health sector, he talked about agriculture as well. What do you make about that state vis-a-vis what you've just told us right now?
Boss, that was a PR exercise. Immediately he talked about the game changer in the dairy sector. You saw women parading and crying. When he talks about effective working shift show, you hear people, you can't get approval for say like chemotherapy, and sickness does not wait. We can play with anything else like nisi ugonjwa. We are talking about being a first world economy in Kenya.
Right.
Education being an equalizer, we're going to get researchers from. Boss, it's completely in downtroops. Capitation is not there. They have increased their every time is strikes. Our president, I don't know whether he actually listens to himself when he's speaking. I doubt that. And the problem is the minister for everything. So I don't think even what he wrote had a policy document enriching his statement. He talked in total contradiction of the reality on the ground. Let me say also, you as a Kenyan,
yes,
you take all the money and compromise the people to consume, and you expect that VAT will be collected. It's for a consumption tax. If you're not consuming, you may not be able to start paying your workers in here today. In some other those processors, I can tell you where I am interested in.
Yes,
they are paying the depots. Kwa zamu leo lipa Dandora, lipa hii. Salaries are being delayed, and sooner, and unless we unlock this gridlock, this economy would even shut. Trust you me, and it is not a joke, because even when you talk about cities talk about industrialization.
Yes,
city.
Yes.
Did you find Honorable Dr. William Somai Ruto talking to the captain of industry about industrialization? Then you can go talk about industrialization is what takes us up that level. Have you heard him speak? He conceptualized an idea. He says, I have a plan of so many trillions of shillings. Boss, we're going to borrow ourselves dry, and no country grows through borrowing, because for sure you're actually hanging yourself on a tree
Thank you so much, Mheshimiwa. This is where we come to a close. Your political ambitions, are you getting back into the debe?
Oh my goodness, I am still very active in politics.
Yes.
And I have a lot of choices to make. I can be senator of Kisii, I can be governor of Kisii.
Itisha governor.
Hiyo nafikiri naweza pata hiyo kitu.
Lakini acha nisikuchoche. Enda uliza watu kwanza.
Tunasikiza watu kwanza ndio tuseme. Na pia nashukuru kwamba watu our people the ground have gave us a lot of support.
Okay.
And thank you the Gusii people for solidifying your resolve. We were given tons of money, my brother. It could even fit in the gunias.
Yeah.
They were carrying money in pro boxes. Yeah. And then you say you want to industrialize by giving people tokenism. They were ashamed. It's very difficult to buy loyalty. In fact,
yes,
the president started buying loyalty from members of parliament by buying this party to join him to make a majority in parliament. It was too expensive. He himself said, no. So Kohuru imefika parliament because you couldn't stand it. Please don't start what you can't finish, I told you.
Okay.
Chukua kitu unaweza. Loyalty is earned, not bought. And Kisiis were trying to buy about loyalty. They showed them the door. In fact, lakini Yansiongo, UDA was number 3. They should start packing. And the member of violence, by the way, we need to talk to Kenyan people and Kenyan leadership that it is not through violence that you can get power.
We will
and
invite
you can't kill everybody.
Yeah.
You're going to run to lead in the graves.
True. Mheshimiwa, tutakuinvite tena ukuje tuongelelea mambo ya violence and of course a much bigger plan for this country.
Thank you, my brother.
All right. Where we come to a close, rather. See you tomorrow morning bright and early at 6 a.m.